Look at me on time today. Wow. Hey guys, I'm Debbie. Welcome to my channel. We are watching the Dismembered Wife Murder Trial, Georgia v. Nicholas Kassotis. And instead of doing Phil Spector this morning, we are going to finish the afternoon session because my electricity went out. How rude. Don't they know I'm watching a trial? I don't know what happened. It was raining, I guess, well, storming. I guess the wind knocked a tree into a power line or something. So I didn't have electricity for a few hours yesterday afternoon. It came back on a little after 3. No, a little after 4. I thought about getting back on the computer, but it was almost the end of the day anyway. We would have been playing catch up. It would have been like, I don't know, after 6. So I just said, you know what? We'll do it in the morning. So here we are. And Brett Dickerson from the Gainesville. I live in Gainesville. No, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation is still on the stand. And we left off. It's kind of weird where the power went out. Is a very good place to remember because they had just asked to publish a bunch of pictures to the jury rather than put them up on a screen and ask him questions about it. They gave this big stack of pictures to the jury. And so we were just sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting for the jury to look at all these pictures. So it was a perfect place for the electricity to go out because we couldn't skip it. And I was just sitting there going, come on, let's speed it up. And then electricity went out. Let's see if Judy has some good trivia for us today. Kassotis had bond set in August 2023 at $5 million cash or $10 million property. Oh, I didn't know you could use property for bond. I mean, I knew you could like use it as collateral. Collateral? Is that the right word? Like you could use your, well, okay, I guess I knew you could then. But like I thought you had to still pay an amount of money. Like a smaller amount, but then like if they jump bail then you would lose your house. But there was still money involved. I didn't know you could just do property at a higher amount. You know what I mean? Like I thought there was still a cash amount. But it was 5 mil cash or 10 mil property. That's interesting. Okay. His attorneys argued bond reduction, stating Kassotis would not be a flight risk since he had limited funds available to him. Yeah, but he's got a wife. What about the wife's funds? It's early, y'all. I've only had 1 cup of coffee. The prosecutors argued that he had recently been indicted and was a flight risk because he possessed different driver's licenses with different names on them. The judge denied bond reduction. And who knows? He has different aliases. He could have like, like from the Bourne movies, he could have like a suitcase stash somewhere that has different passports, extra money. Like, and it's not as far-fetched as it sounds. If he has different driver's license with different identification on it, different names, who knows what the guy has? It freaks me out that somebody has different driver's license with different names and stuff. That's freaky to me. Because, like, in Florida, and I thought it was universal in all the states, you have to take in certain forms of identification to get your driver's license. and you get like a gold star on your driver's license. And once you get that gold star, you're following like re-registration. You don't have to present that ID anymore, because that gold star on your driver's license says you've already presented all of your identification that says you are you, which is birth certificate. I don't remember what all else you have to have. But how do you get a driver's license without showing all of that identification? Like, how do you get a driver's license with a fake name? I don't know. I'm not a dishonest person, so I don't know how anybody does this kind of stuff. Oh, goodness. I miss Jennifer again. Hi, Jennifer. Bye, Jennifer. She pops in every morning to say hi. I love you, Jennifer. I love you too, Judy. Where's my Jill? I know she's awake because I texted her and she sent back a smiley face. Maybe she wasn't all the way awake yet. Okay, well, we will go ahead and get started. All the important people are here, right, Judy? People will file in later. Okay.
Agent Dickerson, after you finished on December 5th of 2022, did you in any way facilitate another crime scene location?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go?
311 East 65th Street in Savannah.
Why did you go to that location?
Well, at that point, Mindi had been identified, and further investigation revealed that she and Nicholas had lived at this address for a period of time during the window in which she would have died.
Okay. Do you know what their arrangements for the living conditions were at that location?
The residence was being utilized as, through Airbnb as a rental.
Okay. And when they rented at that location, did you know at the time you went to the crime scene who resided at that location?
We did not.
Okay. Can you tell the jury just a general description of what that location looked like?
Sure. It was a.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Like, I wondered about that because they said they were on the run and like changing residences every few days. And I was like, well, then how are they in a house in Georgia? I didn't even think about Airbnbs. Can you imagine? Can you imagine having an Airbnb and then, oh my God, I would be livid. Livid. Oh my God.
A single-story residence in a neighborhood full of similar homes. Not a big residence. I guess I'd have to look at the square footage, but there were 2 bedrooms, 2 dens, and a kitchen, and I believe 2 bathrooms. There was a nice backyard that was enclosed, shaded with trees. There was a shed in the backyard, and the backyard butted up to an alley that ran through for trash collection.
Okay. And when you went to that location, how did you gain access?
We spoke with the owner of the residence and obtained their consent or her consent to search the residence and treated it as a crime scene.
Okay. So you were permitted to go there?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And at the time that you went there in May, did Mr. Kassotis reside there anymore?
No, ma'am.
So at that time, the person that owned the residence, was responsible for that location?
Correct.
Okay, so you got permission from them to go in?
We did.
And they granted that?
They did.
Okay. Do you take a signed document to ensure that you have some proof that that was the case?
So yes, we do have a form that's just used for consent to search whenever we try to obtain that during the course of the investigation. I was not the agent who actually obtained that permission, but that is a standard practice.
Okay. And so when you enter the residence, can you tell the jury how you handle a physical crime scene like a residence any differently than perhaps the woods?
Well, and this is a very unusual crime scene because normally when we're responding to something, this is to an incident that just occurred. In this case, we weren't sure exactly when this crime was committed. We had an idea at the time, a time range, if you will, but there had been a significant amount of time, months, had passed between when this crime had potentially occurred, and we weren't even sure it had occurred there. So we were going through to search this house, not really knowing 100% what we were looking for or if we'd find anything.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that there had been other residents inside of that dwelling in between December of 2022 and when you got there in May of 2023?
Yes, ma'am. So with the residence being treated as an Airbnb, there were people being moved through the residence, access to those during the course of my portion of the investigation side and out of the house.
So at that point, how did that impact what you did?
Well, as far as contamination goes, we pretty much treat this as a scene that's again, we're not 100% sure what we're looking for. To a certain extent, we just got to use common sense. We know that Mindi received some pretty serious injuries, as horrible as you can imagine. You saw the photographs, and we had to look for signs that may have occurred there. So the easiest thing to look for at that point was for blood.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury how you would go about finding blood that may have been left behind?
So again, some of the tests that you saw, I described seeing a physical stain that like a reddish brown substance clinging to the side of a container or maybe on a piece of cloth. When we look for blood that's not visible, we look for blood that may have been cleaned up or maybe was deposited in minuscule amounts that's just not visible to the naked eye. We do have some chemical processes that we can employ to look for those and try to identify those stains where they are. The one that we chose to use in this case was called Blue Star. Now you heard me talk about Blue Star OBTI. That's a presumptive test for human blood. But Blue Star is a product. They make several different products. In this particular, heard of before, luminol and Blue Star both, in the presence of hydrogen peroxide, come into contact with blood and cause that blood to glow. So it's not like on TV where you may have seen a crime scene investigator go into a house and shine a black light around and see blood and blood starts glowing. That's not what happens. Blood doesn't glow under an alternate light source. In this case, we can, anywhere that mist falls where blood is and the detectable level, and it's pretty sensitive stuff. If I remember correctly, it's about 10 parts per million that it can detect. And what it does is that blue glow that I'm describing is called chemoluminescence. It's the same way that fireflies or glow sticks emit light. It's not a chemical process that emits much heat, but it does emit a faint glow. So one of the things we have to do when we employ that chemical is we have to make sure that the residence is very dark. So one of the things, again, that we had to do to prepare to even spray the chemical was to go around and cover all the doors and windows with black plastic. We unplugged microwaves and taped over LED lights and things and made sure that the residence was as dark as we could get it, and moved all of our camera equipment inside, and then began searching the house using Blue Star to look for stains that could potentially be blood.
Okay. Now, just so that we can start with some visuals, I'm going to go to slide number 42. Can you tell us what's depicted here?
This is another drone photograph. This is from directly over the residence. The residence in this case that was 311 is going to be the third from the left.
Okay. That'd be fair to say that it's the one underneath the biggest tree on the left side of the photograph?
Right. Much of the backyard was shaded.
Okay. And so that's the overhead of that house.
Right.
How far apart were those other houses from this house?
They were pretty close. I'm not sure that you could park 2 cars in between the houses, so they were packed pretty tight.
Okay. And I'm now going to the next screen, 43. Would that be the distance between if you're facing the house, the left side of the house and the house closest to it?
Right. This depicts the left side of the house if you're facing it from the roadway, and it's right there in the center of the photograph.
Okay. And can you also see there where there is the pathway to the right of the house? I'm referring to, and I'm zooming in right over here.
Right. So there was a concrete walkway from the road, from the sidewalk to the front stoop of the house. There was a way to walk around the right side of the house, but it was not very well kept. That concrete walkway actually went to the neighbor's house.
Okay. But that is the distance between the right side of the house and the neighbor to the right?
Yeah, that's a good depiction of it, yes.
Okay. I'm now going to slide number 44. Can you tell us, how did you gain access to enter the house? What was involved with getting into the house?
So we met, I believe, her name, we obtained permission from the owner of the residence, and she allowed us.
I'm going to stop you. I need to clarify my question. I mean to physically walk into the house. How do you get in?
Through the front door.
Oh, I know. Are there any steps?
There are.
Okay. Can you describe that for the jury?
Sure. So there, you see there's a concrete walkway from the sidewalk to the front of the house. There's a iron railing and or metal railing and a front stoop there, and then the front door.
Okay. So you'd have to go up those couple of steps, either holding on the left or right railing if you chose to then make that right, I guess, into that front door?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm now going to slide number 45. What's depicted here?
This is the bedroom on the southwest corner, or excuse me, apologies, not the bedroom. This is the den area.
Judy. Oh, Judy, I could text you, but this was too funny. My cousin just texted me. My cousin just texted me and asked me what my murder schedule for September is. Do you know what my murder schedule for September is? Because I don't remember now. I don't remember now that Koberger's taken a plea. I don't know what we have scheduled for September. Adelson is August 19th. Do you know how long her trial's supposed to last? My murder schedule.
A living room on the southwest corner of the house.
Okay. And are there any light sources inside of this room that had to be covered in order to be able to conduct the Blue Star?
Yes, ma'am. The doors there leading out to the back porch, or the back deck, and then the window, and also on the opposite side of the room is the kitchen. So there was kitchen windows that needed to be covered as well.
Okay. And was there ultimately anything of significance to you?
Started searching with the Blue Star. One of the first things that we saw that gave us a positive reaction was the blue futon there, the cushion on the rear of it.
I'm just going to ask you once again, you said they. Are you referring to yourself or to someone else?
I am. I had help, assistance. Again, this is a fairly major undertaking to put up all the plastic and everything. So I had help from my team, the additional agents that come in and help me prepare, and then stood by and helped me observe while I applied the chemical.
Okay. So were they assisting at your direction?
They were.
Okay. And were they in your presence the entire time?
They were.
Okay. When you say they assisted, did all of you then ultimately put up these tarps or obstructions to the light sources?
Yes.
Okay. And was there anything in this room?
Yes, ma'am. After I applied the Blue Star, there were a couple of things. One, and the most obvious, was the blue futon there, the couch with the cover over it. The top of the couches were facing there on the left-hand side. Had a significant reddish-brown stain on it that actually, once we discovered it using the Blue Star, we flipped the light back on and saw that it was actually visible to the naked eye.
Is that the couch you're referring to there that I've kind of zoomed in on?
It is.
Okay. And did you then ultimately have the opportunity to capture photographs of the Blue Star reaction on this futon?
I did.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury, is it always possible to capture a Blue Star reaction?
So no, the way Blue Star works is it causes it is basically transient. That energy that's being released in the form of light, once that reaction is over with, that catalyst occurs, it only lasts so long. So because some of the sample is actually consumed as part of that testing, is something that you can't just do over and over and over again and expect the same result. So and usually there's at least 3 applications that are involved in the recovery and documentation of any stain that we found with Blue Star, and that's the first one that we use to identify it, and that's when it first glows and we go, okay, well, there's a possibility there's a stain there. Then we'll set up camera equipment and we'll try to go ahead and measure and capture that, and then usually a third one to make sure that we get a good photograph. But that's not always possible. It depends a lot on the substrate or the material that the chemical's actually coming into contact with and what the blood's actually sitting on or in, and then how much has actually been deposited there.
Okay. So in this case, meaning with the futon, you were able to capture?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now going to show you slide number 46. Can you tell us what that is?
So that is what Blue Star basically looks like in the dark when you spray something that makes it react, usually blood.
And what is depicted in that image in slide 46?
That is the stain as we observed it on the rear of the futon.
Okay. I'm now going to slide number 47, and I'm asking you, can you tell us what is depicted on the area that I've zoomed in on?
So that's the same area of the futon, and again, you can see that reddish brown stain there on top of it.
Okay.
He didn't do a good job of
And
cleaning up.
would it be fair to say that's the naked eye as opposed to Blue Star?
Yes, that
That is probably the biggest Blue Star reaction I've ever seen. He didn't try to clean up, did he? I mean, if he did an awful bad job of it. Dang.
that was visible, with or without the Blue Star being applied.
Okay. And now looking at slide number 48, what do you have depicted there?
That's the same stain. We just pulled the futon down. That futon, the stain would have been in the upright position on the back side of the futon. So we basically just folded that cushion over and then applied a scale there to give you an idea what size the stain was. You can
So I'm
see.
looking at slide number 49. Is that what you're describing?
That's correct.
Okay. So would it be fair then to say, where is that stain located on that mattress or futon seating area?
As it was oriented when we found it, and keeping in mind that, of course, the futon mattress can be placed in pretty much any configuration you want it. That stain would have been on toward the wall, there where that metal portion of it is standing up against the wall.
Okay. Do you have any idea if that futon mattress had been moved?
No, I have no idea. It was that, as you saw it in the first photograph, is how we found it.
So I'm going back to slide number 45. Is that what you're referring to?
Correct.
And so, but you don't have any way of knowing if since December of 2022 that had been reoriented or moved in any way?
I have no idea.
Okay. So you just documented what you found?
Correct.
Okay. So when you see this stain, you said you took a measurement of the scale and the range, is that correct, that the stain spread?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you slide number 50. What did you do here?
So again, these are field tests, the same as we used before, as phenolphthalein and also the OBTI test. The phenolphthalein returned a positive result for blood. The OBTI test returned a positive result for human blood.
Okay.
Did they cut that little piece out?
Is that same stain that you were referring to?
Right. In this case, we used a sterile razor blade just to cut a small sample of the cloth away and tested the cloth itself.
Okay. And why did you do that?
It's easier and more accurate than trying to resaturate a stain using distilled water or something like that. The normal, if we had found a dry sample or a dry stain somewhere that we want to sample, we use what's called a wet dry technique, where we'd use 2 swabs, wet one with distilled water, and use it, and then collect another with dry, and then use both of them in the test. And in this case, it was just as easy to cut a small section of the stain away and test it.
So you put the actual cloth into your testing sample?
Correct.
Okay. And with respect to the phenolphthalein, did you do any other testing?
We did the phenolphthalein test, and then we also did the OBTI test to determine if it was human blood or not. And that test returned a positive result for human blood.
Now, with respect to blood testing, and if this is outside of your area, please just tell me, can you tell when a stain of blood happened?
No.
Why not?
I will. I mean, that blood could have been placed there at any time. I have no way of telling when it was there. In fact, Blue Star can be used to recover, in an archaeological sense, can be used to actually identify blood on ancient remains.
So you just know that there was blood, you don't know when it was deposited?
Correct.
Okay. Now looking at slide number 51, what's depicted here?
So we decided to collect the stain itself from the mattress just by cutting it away. So we took the stained section away, packaged it as evidence, and then noticed that the batting or the material, the padding underneath, had actually been saturated with what appeared to be blood as well. So we decided to take a sample of it too.
Okay. And is that what's depicted in this photograph?
Correct.
I'm now showing you slide number 52. Can you tell the jury what is on the floor there that I am showing?
All right. So as part of the search process, and like I said before, there's usually an application done, Blue Star, to identify where stains are. Once we identify a good location where we feel like there may be some stains, we'll mark that location. At this point, we use some black tape and just marked the outline of the stains on the floor in the general area. And then went back, set up our photograph equipment. Because again, you only get so many bites at the apple of this. You want to make sure that you get a photograph as best you can, if you can. And so in this case we did. We were able to take this photograph, and the way this photograph was taken is a very long exposure. Most of the time, if you hear a camera click, the shutter only stays open for just a moment. In this case, the camera was placed on a tripod, and the shutter was allowed to stay open for a very long time, almost a minute, I believe, in this particular exposure. And then at the very end, I had a flash that I aimed at the ceiling. The light went up, bounced out, and then illuminated the rest of the room. So you can see both the Blue Star stain there on the floor, as well as its context with the furniture in the floor.
Okay. Now, where was this stain located in relationship to the, and I'll go back to slide number 45, the rug that you see in this room?
So we sprayed the rug, and we didn't get a reaction from it. So in order to check underneath it, we moved it and then sprayed again. And that's when we found the stains on the floor.
So the rug didn't fluoresce?
It did not.
But what was under it did?
That's correct.
Did you notice anything about the pattern that the stain was in on the floor under where the rug was?
Well, in contrast to the stain that was on the back of the futon, you could not see the stains that are on the floor. This flooring was kind of like a vinyl plank. It was manufactured, and if you got down closely and looked at it, there were grooves in it, and this blood was not visible to the naked eye at all. So the blood that you're seeing there that's fluorescent, that's causing that stain, is actually from blood that's down in the grooves of the floor.
So when you pulled the rug up first, you couldn't see that stain with your naked eye?
Not at all.
And you only saw it when the fluorescing occurred?
That's correct.
Showing you slide number 53. What's depicted there?
This is the same area of flooring with the light turned off and just the chemoluminescence depicted in the photograph.
Was there anything that drew your...
So he moved a rug underneath the floor. He had to have, which is consciousness of guilt. But duh, if you do that to a person, you know you're guilty. Man, what a jerk, for lack of a better word that I don't want to say on YouTube. Man, that is the biggest reaction. Usually you just see like little pinpricks of blue and you got to look really hard. Wow. Look at how huge.
Your attention as a crime scene specialist with respect to the pattern of that stain?
Ma'am, in my opinion, particularly on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see where there's a strong reaction. Probably yes, ma'am. There in the center of the screen, there's the brightest reaction. You see how it tails off to the right, to the bottom of the photograph.
The white mark?
That, in my opinion, appears to be a wipe. A wipe is where we have blood that's been deposited on the surface and then something moves through it, as opposed to a swipe, which would be where something bloody comes into contact with the surface and then deposits blood on it. So what we can tell from this is there was a bloodletting event that occurred in this home at some point, and then it appears that it's been wiped through.
And with respect to that, the grooves, can you see them in this pattern?
Yes, ma'am. They move from left to right in the photograph.
And when you say from left to right, would that be from left to the right in the photograph itself?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you refer to the swipe, is that the correct terminology?
Wipe.
Wipe, my apologies. When you refer to the wipe, are you referring to this section at the lower right-hand portion right here? I'm going to zoom in on it specifically.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be a downward motion, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Across the grain, so to speak.
So it was would blood normally move in that fashion on its own?
No, ma'am. I can't.
Speculation.
If he can testify as an expert in rendering
Yeah,
his
he's been
opinion.
qualified as an expert, so I'll allow it.
I can't honestly think of a way that blood could have gotten into the grooves of the floor without also being on top of the floor. I mean, I suppose you could get a syringe with a tiny needle and put diluted blood in there and then get down on your hands and knees and insert blood into the grooves in the floor and make that pattern. But it would be kind of ridiculous. I mean, that's the only other way I can think of.
Okay. Can we turn that off, please? Now, Your Honor, I'm about to move to the physical evidence. Do you want to do a comfort break now, or would you like me to keep going?
Yeah, we can do that. We'll take 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, just excuse us.
Excited. I don't know why you're so excited, but you need to chill, little girl. Let Mama do her Time Lord thing, and then I'll give you your treat. Hey, Carla. Well, I thought I fast forwarded it. Hang on, Shadow. Here. Shadow.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Ms. Fayol, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Agent Dickerson, you indicated just before we broke that you saw those images of the floor underneath the carpet, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I observed that.
Okay. Did you do anything with respect to those images other than just photograph them? That space under the floor?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
So much like phenolphthalein and some of the other tests that I've talked to you today about field testing, Blue Star is in and of itself considered a field test. So if we see a blue glow like that, then we can safely presume that that sample may be blood. So we went ahead and collected swabs of several areas. We did I've talked about collecting the futon cover, but I also swabbed the floor in several areas. There was also a small spot on the wall.
Okay, talk to us about what you saw on the wall.
Okay, so on the wall above where the futon back was located in that first photograph you saw, there was an arc-shaped stain on the wall. It was extremely faint. It was very, very hard to see. You had to be almost on top of it, even with the naked eye, to see it. And after that first application of Blue Star, really couldn't tell much more about it. The wall was a painted surface, so it wasn't very porous, so there was nowhere for the blood to really soak in, so to speak. And with that small of a sample, my conclusion that I felt reasonable to draw was that that first test had actually consumed what visible blood there would have been on the wall. We did swab that area though and make sure to take a sample for the lab.
Okay.
I just wasn't able to photograph it.
Okay, so earlier you testified that sometimes with Blue Star you can or can't capture a photograph. With respect to the area behind the futon, were you able to actually capture a photograph?
Not of the wall behind the futon, no.
Okay. So when you made the first application of the Blue Star, were you able to see any fluorescence?
I was able to see some, yes. That's how I identified that stain on the wall.
Okay. And with respect to the naked eye, meaning without Blue Star, could you see that at all?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay. And was there anything about what you saw when it was first fluorescing that drew it to be of interest to you?
It was just a, so because there was the shape of the stain was determined by that chemoluminescence, that glow. The glowing area was how you could see, again, that arc shape that I described on the wall. And it was just a couple of inches wide, probably about this long on the wall.
Just going to ask you to clarify for the record. You did some gesture with your hands. How wide are you talking about?
A little over a foot.
Okay.
And again, it was a couple of inches in thickness from top to bottom, and it was kind of an arcing shape across the wall.
Okay, and you're making a gesture with your hand in an arcing movement, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that what you believed had occurred? If you could draw an opinion.
It's very difficult to say, but considering that the Blue Star returned a positive result, and then we were able to test that later on at the laboratory, there's a possibility that it could have been cleaned up.
Okay, and so, but that you were not able to document in a photograph, just what you made observations of?
Correct.
Okay. Now, with respect to this case, just before I move on completely, you previously testified, and I just want to introduce these into evidence. Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what I've pre-marked as 1.2, 1.3? Do you recognize these three?
Yes, ma'am. These are the two sketches in the legend to the sketch.
Okay.
For
When
the
you say
first scene,
from the first
where
scene.
the torso was found.
Okay. And when you say a legend, can you tell us what you mean by that?
So a legend is like a key to read a map. This is just a list of which pieces of evidence were associated to which placard number.
Your Honor, at this time I would seek to introduce these exhibits 1.2, 3, and 4.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted without objection.
May I just display 1.3?
Yeah.
I'm going to go old school here. Is this the legend you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm publishing to the jury. What specifically are those numbers on this legend that you're referring to?
The numbers on the left-hand side represent the placard numbers that were used at the scene to denote the different pieces of evidence that we located.
Okay, and having noted those, are those the placard numbers that you testified to earlier concerning where the totes and the other various items were recovered by the gate at Jones Road?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, Agent Dickerson, after you processed each of these crime scenes, what happens to the physical evidence that you recovered?
So the evidence comes back with me to the Region 5 field office. We have an evidence processing area there, so you heard me talk earlier about the items that were wet that needed to be preserved. We were able to, or I was able to place those into the drying cabinet to be preserved and dried so it could be properly packaged. And then the other items that were ready to be packaged, I went ahead and packaged those. And to be entered into our digital evidence system, each item of evidence is assigned a barcode number. And that barcode number is then used to track evidence through the system so we can determine chain of custody later on, just to make sure there's a record.
Does every single item that's recovered get its own unique barcode?
Not every single item, but generally speaking, we tend to group like items together. Now, I wouldn't take something that I found in one area and something that I found in another disparate area somewhere else and put them in the same bag. But, you know, all the cleaning wipes, for example, when they were packaged, many of them were packaged together in the same bag because they were found in the same location on the side of the road, and they were the same item. So,
If it's a unique item, does it get its own number?
yes.
Okay. And if it was found, for example, at the Savannah location versus the Torso location, you would have then issued different numbers?
Correct. Nothing between scenes would be packaged together.
Okay. And was that the case here as well?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you the one that handled the coding and submission of those numbers and affixing of the barcodes?
I handled the coding and the packaging and the entry into the digital evidence system, and then the evidence submission forms and to be turned over to the crime lab along with the evidence for testing would be something the case agent would generally handle.
Okay. So at some point, do you pass it off to someone?
Yes, ma'am.
Who would that be?
Agents Tracy Sands, case
Okay.
agent.
And why was it him that it would go to?
Well, because being the case agent, he's privy to other information that would help help us determine or make decisions about what evidence needs to go, what particular items of evidence need to go to which sections of the lab, and then the lab has their own order for things and which order they need to be processed. So, with him having conducted interviews with people during the course of the investigation, he'd have more information about that than I would as just the crime scene specialist.
Okay. So he would ultimately be the one to make those determinations?
Again, it's kind of like the quarterback calling a play. He'd be the one to make that determination.
Okay. Now, the items that you ultimately processed back at Region 5, did you ultimately submit them to the crime laboratory for analysis? Some of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We're going to talk about some of those here today. Did you bring them with you physically to court for you to display them?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to note, Your Honor, that there are some gloves up on the stand. Please, I hope they're the right size. You could just take a look. I'm going to start with the two totes. Are those present here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can we start with first the black tote?
Sure.
If you can just tell us which box and number that would bear.
Mess it then.
Yes, sir.
This is the box. It's got the black tote in it, and it's got barcode number CC00792.
And would it be you that affixed that box number or code number on that?
I was.
Okay. And do you recognize that box and that barcode number?
I do.
Is that something that you packaged and processed yourself?
I did.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you initially processed it, barring, of course, any additional stickers maybe from the crime laboratory?
Right. So this, both of these boxes went to the crime lab. The black tote in particular, it went to the crime lab. It was opened and then processed there and then resealed within the same package.
And would the crime laboratory do anything with respect to those exhibits after they finish their testing? To reseal it is what I'm referring to.
Correct. So some of this tape, on the front end of things, we generally use red evidence tape. The Crown Lab has a system where they use different colors of tape as the item may move through different areas of the Crown Lab. So you'll see some different colors on here. You see where the impressions of evidence sealed this part of the box with white tape as opposed to the red tape that I used.
And that would have been the Crime Lab's tape?
Correct.
Okay. And your tape then would be the red tape, is that correct?
That's right.
And inside of that box would be what item?
This is the black tote that was found near the location where Mindy's torso was recovered. Right there on the southwest corner of the intersection of the first crime scene. And this was recovered the very first night.
I'm now pulling up slide 1.1D from the exhibits. I'm going to show this to the witness.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all. Is this in fact the same tote, Your Honor, may I publish this to the jury?
You may.
Is this the same tote that is inside of that box that we're referring to right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would like to have this exhibit marked as 1.5, if that's okay. Has this box been opened by you since it was submitted to the crime laboratory?
No, ma'am.
And so the contents of that box were processed by them after you?
Correct.
Okay. At this point, Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness to, I'm going to ask to introduce this into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. May I reposition to see him open that box?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So it's admitted without objection. 1.5.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness to open the box.
You can't. Go ahead.
You all see it okay?
Your Honor, I would ask the jury for permission to stand if they need to.
Your Honor, may my client reposition over here? Thank you.
His box. What's he looking for? He knows exactly what's inside that box.
Is that the tote that was recovered on December 2nd of 2022 at the Riceboro Portal Hunting Club?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that?
It's similar in appearance. I also recall the crack here at the bottom. Still got a piece of fine straw stuck in it.
Is there a tag of any sort on the end of the tote as well?
Yes, ma'am. That's the Crown Lab.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what type of a tote is that? Are there any markings on it?
Yes, ma'am. So this is manufactured by the brand under the brand name Husky. It's a 25-gallon latch and stack tote. I believe our investigation indicated they're available at Home Depot.
Okay. And specifically, that tote, did you provide it to the crime laboratory in that box?
I did. We actually don't have boxes quite this big as standard, so I had to go to Lowe's and get a large box, a couple of large boxes, so we were able to fit something, or fit the evidence inside.
Okay. And ultimately, that was what you brought to the crime laboratory for them to analyze?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if you could, can you just turn that on its side for just a moment? Was that the larger or the smaller of the two totes?
This was the smaller of the two.
Okay. And that was the one that was found near what portion of her remains?
This container was discovered where near the location where Mindy's torso was.
Put that back. You had one handle, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find a second handle?
I have to look at the photographs to refresh my memory right off.
Okay. If you need to, please, by all means.
Yes, ma'am. I believe it's just the one handle.
Okay, and so if there had been more than one, would you have included both when you submitted it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you submitted it in the condition you found it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we're done with that. You can place that away. Thank you so much. Now, there's a second box. What is inside of that box, sir?
This would be the gray toad that was discovered by the cadaver dogs on the side of the road. It wasn't too far away from where Mindy's torso was found. It was actually on Jones Road instead of on a private lane.
Okay, and Your Honor, I'm going to ask that this be marked as 1.6, if that's... Does this have a specific identifying barcode that was associated with that exhibit from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, ma'am. It's CC00806.
And do you recognize that box?
Yes, ma'am. This is the box that I packaged the gray toad.
Okay, and is it in the same or substantially the same condition, minus, of course, the crime scene laboratory, or rather the crime laboratory tape?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to seek to introduce 1.6 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
If we can open that box, please. You also have two items. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, this is the toad. These are the two handles.
Okay, and where was that item located?
This was found about a half mile or so from the road where Mindy's torso was discovered back south from the original location.
And where was that in proximity to her leg?
Would have been west.
How far approximately?
I don't know.
Okay.
Give or take.
So that was that,
Talking about as the crow flies or as you drive.
right. And would it be fair to say that there's only a few roads physically over there
Right.
and more as the crow flies? Okay. That tote itself, what type of tote is that, size and type? If you look on the front of that.
So this is a Sterilite 34 gallon.
Okay. And that tote is gray in color, is that correct?
It is.
Okay. That was in fact the same tote that you processed on the day of which, December 5th of
It was
2022?
found December 5th, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And it does appear to be the same toad.
okay. Are those the two totes, that being 1.5 and 1.6, that you did swabbings on, that we saw the photographs of?
Yes.
Thank you. We're finished with those. now going to point your attention to CC 00808, the lid of the gray tote. Did you process that lid?
I did not.
You did not, okay. Do you know who did?
This tote was, tote lid rather, was collected, turned over to me, and then it was subsequently submitted to the crime lab.
Do you know who submitted it to the crime laboratory?
We submitted it as part of our evidence submission process.
And when you say we, who are you referring to?
Our investigative team, which has been headed up by Agent Sands.
Okay, so that tote itself, do you know, the lid itself, do you know who actually put it into that bag?
I did.
You did, okay. So somebody gave it to you and ultimately you processed it, you simply didn't recover it, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and would it be fair to say that you had an opportunity to look at that lid in conjunction with the item that is in evidence as 1.6?
Yes, ma'am. However, I did not place two things together because they were found in different areas. We want to avoid cross-contamination, so they were packaged separately and processed separately.
So do you have any idea if that lid actually fits on that tote?
I do not. I'm assuming that it did. It's approximately the same size, but that would be an assumption, so I'll try it.
Okay, can you please, at this time, I'd like to mark this as 1.7, that being the tote lid. Do you recognize the barcode on that? Don't open it just yet, please.
Sure.
Do you recognize the barcode on that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was CC 00808?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as 1.7.
GBI needs to send this guy to Massachusetts to teach them how to do it, because he's good.
Is that exhibit in the same or substantially the same condition?
Yes.
And do you recognize that to be the same tote lid that you submitted to the crime laboratory in connection with this case? I say you, the GBI submitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to tender 1.7.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's submitted.
If we can open that tote lid, please.
Crafted rare. I don't see any crafted rare.
If you could remove that from the package. Your Honor, if that could be published.
Sure.
Is there anything that you noted about the condition of that lid that drew?
I like this attorney, but why does she wait till after it's been published to ask that it be published? Because publishing means letting the jury see it.
Your attention in terms of its condition physically?
It's actually in pretty good shape.
Okay. Were there any cracks or wear on that?
None that I saw, and none that I see now.
Okay. And with respect to the handle areas on these totes, did you have an opportunity to look at them?
On the lid, I did not notice anything on the totes themselves, though I did notice some, what appeared to be some stress marks around the tote handles themselves.
What is a stress mark?
So it'd be a deformation of the plastic. When you have, say, a force put on that plastic that is greater than what it's designed to handle, then you might see a cracking, you might see a split, or if anybody's ever overloaded a tote before, storage tote, then you know what I'm talking about. But the handle showed some stress, what appeared to me to be stress marks.
What would cause that, if you can say? You said overloaded. I'm asking, I guess, just to be more clear as to what you meant by that.
Well, if the tote had something heavy in it, that could have caused it, or if it had a force placed against it, with a resistance on the handle itself, then that could have been caused.
Okay. And did you see that on both the black and the gray tote, or just one?
Just all on both.
You saw it on both. Okay. And you can put that away. I think you actually lost a tag over here.
Yeah.
No. Flip that. Thank you. Now, I apologize.
Go ahead.
I believe you testified earlier that you did swabbings on the totes. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. I swabbed the stains that were on the toast in order to test them, again, for the presumptive field test.
But you didn't do any other swabbings. That would have been the crime laboratory?
No. So, again, the field test help us to determine the course of the investigation, decisions that we need to make while we're out there. But if we have an item of evidence that's small enough or horrible enough that we can package it and take it with us and take it to the crime lab, then we'd much rather have the crime lab look at it than us. They have far more capability to process a piece of evidence in a laboratory setting than I do beside the road.
Okay. And so with respect to the other items that you recovered, I'm going to turn your attention to the cleansing wipes. Do you have those here with you today?
I do.
How were those packaged?
So there's several packages that contain wipes.
Before you show them, let's just go through what it is.
Sure.
Mhm. And how many packages were there if you want to check?
Five different packages that contain cleaning wipes.
Okay, and with respect to the cleansing wipe from the knife handle that we've seen, did you package that by itself or with other items?
I packaged it separately. I removed it from the handle of the knife and packaged it separately.
Why did you do that?
Well, so again, we talked about stabilizing and preserving evidence as best we can. The chemicals that are in the cleaning wipe can be hazardous for things that we want to test for DNA later on. So the sooner we can remove that chemical from exposure to something that we want to test, the better. And so we went ahead and removed that in order to preserve any possibility of DNA evidence from the handle of the knife, although it may have been a little late for it, but we decided to at least give it a shot.
Would it be fair to say that no matter the condition of the crime scene, you still follow protocol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so even though this crime scene, you don't know how long it had been exposed before the body had been dumped, essentially, did you still follow that same protocol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, with respect to, I'm going to go through these numbers, CC 00794. I'm talking specifically, which cleansing wipe was that one?
This was the wipe that was wrapped around the Milwaukee.
Okay. And is that exhibit, the material that it's packaged in, do you recognize that?
I do. This is the bag that I packaged it in.
Do you recognize your handwriting on that?
I do.
And at this time, I'm going to ask that this be marked as 1.8, Your Honor.
Yes,
May I approach? Does it indicate on that exhibit where you recovered that item?
Yes, ma'am. There's an electronic label that's generated as a result of this entry system. There's also a handwritten label that I applied outside the bag.
And at this time, I would seek to introduce, Your Honor, 1.8 into evidence.
Any objection? No objection. It's admitted.
I'm now going to turn you to CC 00795.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the cleaning wipe that was denoted by placard number 3.
Okay, and was that found in the same vicinity as the wipe that you just described from the knife?
Right, this would have been over, basically in the same location with the black tote and the knife itself.
At this time, I'd like that as 1.9. Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you submitted it to the crime laboratory?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize your handwriting in that actual barcode?
I do.
I'd like to tender this exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Submitted.
At this time, I'd like to turn your attention to exhibit number CC 00799. While you're there, 802 and 803. Do you recognize those 3 barcoded exhibits?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what are those?
CC 00802 are the cleansing wipes recovered from the northwest corner of the intersection. These are some of the ones that would have been hanging from the tree. And there's 7 that are package 00803. And the item marked with evidence property tag number CC 00799 contains cleaning wipes that I removed from the black plastic garbage bag that was marked by placard number 6 from the crime scene.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I'd like to mark those as 1.10, 11, and 12 sequentially on 799, 802, and 803. 799. Are those in substantially the same condition as when you put them in the packages initially?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize your handwriting on those
I do.
and the barcodes?
I do.
At this time, Your Honor, I would seek to tender exhibits 1 point, I believe it's
10, 11, and 12.
10, 11, and 12.
Any
No
objection?
objection, Your Honor.
They're all admitted.
Thank you. Now, when you put those wipes in there, would it be fair to say that they were already dry by then?
When I placed them inside those packages and sealed them, yes, ma'am, they were dry.
Okay. And so, only if you know, is it possible to determine if DNA is recoverable on that? Meaning, do you submit items of this nature for DNA analysis?
Not generally.
Why not?
It's been, there are some cleaning solutions that do damage or harm the potential for recovery of DNA from evidence.
Okay.
So we decided because the crime lab's resources are finite, we just don't have the ability to test every single thing that we pick up at a crime scene. We want to start with the most items of most probative value. So the cleaning wipes were packaged and preserved, but and submitted to the lab, but I don't believe they were tested for DNA.
Okay. If you had recovered DNA on another item, would that impact your decision of whether or not to test additional items?
It could.
Okay, how so?
Well, as I said, a lot of the answers to the question are it depends.
Okay.
So, if we were to find DNA on one item that was at one scene, we might want to test an item from another scene to determine if the same DNA was found. It just, again, it's determined by the needs of the investigation.
Okay. And can you look at CC 00793? The box. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the knife box package of the fixed blade knife that we found at the first crime scene.
Can you tell the jury what is a knife box?
It's just a box that's designed to hold knives. Obviously, they present a safety hazard, so we put them in boxes like these to make sure that other people who are handling them know there's a sharp object inside, but also to protect the evidence itself.
Okay, I'd like to mark that, Your Honor, as 1.13. Do you recognize the handwriting on that exhibit?
I do.
And whose handwriting is that?
That's mine.
Are there any additional tapes on that box from when you first processed it?
Yes, there are.
And whose would those be, if you can tell?
These would be from the lab.
Okay. Other than those tapes, is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you processed it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm actually going to seek to tender this subject to connection, obviously, with the crime laboratory.
No objection.
All right, submit it.
Your Honor, in light of that, I would like for that box to be opened, please.
You can.
Can you publish that, please? You can just remove that from the box, if that's possible. And is the sheath that was recovered from the crime scene also present on that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long is the blade on that knife, if you can tell?
It's approximately 6 inches.
Okay. And does the sheath cover the entire blade?
It does if you put it on the right way.
Okay. And that means it would be seated all the way to basically the hilt of the knife, is that correct?
Correct. In that position, it covers the entire blade. If I were to take it, flip it over, and put it back on, it's not going to cover the base of the blade.
What way did you recover it?
I recovered it like this.
With the blade inserted basically upside down into the sheath?
Correct.
Thank you. And is that in fact the same knife that you recovered on December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
I thank you. Now, just so it's clear that they are here and with us, did you ultimately process the bugs from her leg in a fashion that they could be preserved safely?
So I was not responsible for processing those. Special Agent in Charge Lindsay Smith actually processed them.
Okay.
But yes, they were basically, for lack of a better term, rendered safe, preserved in alcohol and then sealed inside of a bottle. And then Dr. Mondor, I believe, sealed them inside his own packaging.
Okay, but you brought them here to court today?
I did.
Okay, and I'd like to just mark that for the purposes of this witness, Your Honor, so we don't have to go out of sequence later, if that's okay. And that would be 1.14. Do you have that here with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what kind of a container is that in?
This is essentially a paint can that's unused, but it's sealed inside there, so sure.
Your Honor, I'd like to tender that subject to connection, obviously, from Dr. Mondor.
No objection, subject.
1.14 submitted without objection.
Now, here in the courtroom, did you bring with you the clothing that you had recovered from the scene?
I did.
Okay, and I'm directing your attention to CC 00798. Would that bag contain all of that clothing that you recovered?
It did not contain all of the clothing from the scene. It contains the clothing that was recovered from within the black plastic bag that was found at the intersection near where Mindy's torso was found.
And which items would those be?
The clothing items that were removed from the black garbage bag include some underwear, a camisole top that's been either cut or torn into two pieces, and then a torn dark blue shirt that's long sleeved.
Okay, and that item that was in there as the camisole top, you said that that was cut, is that correct?
It appeared to be either cut or torn. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but it was in two pieces?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and again, was there any clothing on any portions of the body?
No, ma'am.
I'd like to have
There
this
were none
marked.
on any of the portions that I was involved in the recovery of.
Okay, I'd like to have this marked as 1.15. Do you recall the condition that the underwear was in when you recovered it?
Yes, ma'am. They had some reddish brown stains on, but they were also soiled, and they were either cut or torn as well.
Okay. And did you do anything with those clothing items? I know you said you used a drying rack. Were those also items that were placed in the drying rack?
Yes, ma'am. They had to be dried before they could be packaged properly.
Okay. And with respect to that series of items that are in there, is that the undergarment that was cut as well?
Yes, ma'am. The panties.
I'm referring to the underwear, yes, the
underwear.
pants.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And specifically, could you tell or did you do any field testing at that time on those items?
No, ma'am. I felt at that point we had enough indication from the tests that we'd already done that we needed to limit the tests that we did to the clothing in order to preserve, any additional evidence could be gained from it at the lab.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that sometimes you don't do any testing? You just send it off to the crime lab?
Yes, ma'am. We do testing on the front end to inform the course of our investigation. It helps us make investigative decisions about what we need to do next. But it's always going to be a best bet to send an item to the crime lab in order to have lab testing done.
And you did that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, do you recognize the handwriting on 1.15 as your own?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you submitted to the crime laboratory for analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'd like to tender 1.15 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Now, ultimately, I'd like to go back for just a moment to the initial recovery of her remains. You indicated that you had to get down into the ditch, essentially, to recover her. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that put you close to her?
It did.
Can you explain to the jury what decomposition is?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm sure anybody who's driven down the road and smelled an animal has been hit on the side of the road has noticed the odor of decomposition before. Decomposition is to death. There's different processes that I won't go into, but it basically involves the breakdown of the organic tissues of the body. And that's natural part of death.
Okay. And you indicated that there's a smell associated with that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it distinctive?
Yes, ma'am. Very.
Okay. Does that smell change depending on the stage of decomposition?
Yes, ma'am. Generally, it's less noticeable in the early stages. However, as it becomes more advanced, the smell becomes stronger.
Okay. And without being inappropriate, have you handled many decomposing human bodies?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the different smells at the different stages of decomposition?
More than I want to be.
Are you able to advise this jury what the stage of the smell was in your experience?
So they don't have stages similar so I can define scientifically speaking. I can tell you that, and again, generally, decomposition is very mild to begin, and then as decomposition progresses and becomes more advanced, that odor becomes much more noticeable.
So in this case, portions of her remains were recovered on different days, correct?
Correct.
The torso, what piece was that?
And that was the first piece. Mindy's torso was the first part of her that was recovered.
Okay. And would you say that that was mild then, or an advanced smell?
It was mild.
Okay. So at that point, would that have made any difference to you in your assertions or your thoughts about your investigation?
Yes, ma'am. And generally speaking, the less advanced the state of decomposition we find remains in, the shorter the period of time we would consider them to have been either deceased or at least have been dumped there.
Okay. So as of December 2nd of 2022, the smell was not heavy?
It was not very strong, no, ma'am. The ditch was cool too, and generally temperature has a significant impact on decomposition rates as well. The cooler it is, usually the slower decomposition occurs. Same way your refrigerator keeps your food fresh.
Okay. And would the water in this case have affected her body in any way when you recovered her torso?
Yes, ma'am. In particular, we noticed that her fingertips, the skin around her fingertips was wrinkled, what we call a washerwoman effect. And that's the same thing you can see if you ever go swimming and you notice after an hour or two your fingertips are wrinkled. Your skin on your fingers absorbs water, and as it does, it's going to buckle some as it swells. It's the same thing that happened here.
And with respect to blood, you've testified as to retrieving her torso, retrieving the leg, and finding some blood in Savannah at the residence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's start with her torso first. Can you describe for the jury whether or not she was still bleeding at the time that she was recovered?
No, ma'am.
Can you explain to them what that means with respect to how you she had open wounds, correct?
Right. No, we didn't notice any at that time.
And so with respect to her leg, was there any blood pooled where her leg was recovered that you recovered?
No, and again, keep in mind she was on her back in water, in mud, so it would have been very difficult to tell if there was any blood coming out of her body or issuing from her body at that time, regardless. But I did not notice any, not when I was in the ditch or even when we pulled her out later on.
And now going back to Savannah just for a moment, you showed us 2 images of where blood was recovered, or at least fluoresced, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was there any other blood inside the Savannah residence that fluoresced?
No, ma'am.
Obviously, there was the very light fluorescence, not on the photograph.
Right, the one that was on the wall that you didn't see in the photograph, but yes, the wall, the floor, the futon. There was a space in the bedroom on the opposite side of the house from the den on the floor that we did notice some fluorescence on the floor, but Blue Star reacts with iron, so there was some iron furniture in that bedroom, and we swabbed an area just in case and sent it to the crime lab for testing as well.
Okay. And with respect to that area, do you know if there were any findings of blood in that bedroom?
No, they were not.
Okay, so the only place that blood was found is on the back of that futon mattress, on the floor, and on the wall?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any way of knowing how much blood was there?
No, ma'am. Again, a small amount of blood spread over a large can be spread over a large area and made to look like a large amount of blood, especially in the quantities that we're dealing with. We're talking about blood that can't be seen by the naked eye, so but only detected by chemicals, other than what was on the futon.
And specifically, I'm pointing to 1.1 RR. May I publish this, Sharon?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see what I'm looking at?
I do.
Is that the saturation spot on the futon that you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that all you had showing up on the back of the futon?
That was after the cover had been removed, but yes, that's what had appeared to soak through the futon and onto the mattress padding below.
Was this consistent with, if you can say, dismemberment?
I'm not a medical examiner, but there's more blood in the human body than that. So I would think not. But again, it's probably a better ME question.
But that's all the blood you found?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, Your Honor. Just so I'm clear, did you look everywhere in the house?
So yes, so as part of the process, we blacked out the entire house with plastic. And so we covered over, the lights on the microwave. We made sure as much of the light was cut out as we could, and then we sprayed the ceilings, the walls, and the floor of every room.
In every room?
In every room.
And that's all the blood you found?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
We have a recess.
Yes. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll step out, we'll take 10 minutes.
Where's the rest? Where is the rest? What happened to the rest of it? Are you kidding me? What happened to the... Did they not get to cross? What happened? What just happened? Was that the end of the day? Okay, did anybody watch it after my power went out yesterday? Is this the end of... What just happened? Dang it. Oh, thanks, Carla. Well, that was a weird way to end. I don't know what happened. I hope we didn't miss anything. I mean, usually they don't end with a 10-minute recess and not come back. I'm sorry, guys. I can't control the weather. Okay, here we go. Oh, they just came back long enough to end the day. Okay, good. So we didn't miss anything. Okay, here we go. Starting with day 2. And why is there no sound? I guess because the jury's coming in. I don't get why this dude is such a catch. He's creepy. And that's a ugly tie.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Hope you had a good evening. I know I got stuck in that traffic coming in today. I know some of you did. I'm hoping it was just the first day of school. It'll get a little better, but I'll leave a little earlier tomorrow. I come from the coast, so I came through the high school
First day of
and then
school
the
already?
Joseph Martin School. So hopefully it'll get a little better over the next few days. So anyway, we'll go ahead and get started this morning. And I believe, Mr. Weinstein, it's your opportunity to cross-examine.
Your Honor, do the court wish to do the admonition concerning the media? I know you had indicated.
Yeah, again, I trust that all of you are able to abide by the code about no access to the media. I assume everyone with that? All right, very good. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may proceed, Mr. Weinstein.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Special Agent Dickerson.
Good morning.
Just to formally introduce myself, I'm Doug Weinstein, and I am representing Mr. Kassotis in this case. I just want to make sure I understand your experience. You have been a crime scene specialist for about 4 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's with the GBI. I understand you have experience before that as well, right?
That's correct.
And did you say yesterday, and I understand you're not a statistician, I think that's the words you used, but you see about 20, or you analyze about 25 to 50 scenes per year?
25 to 30.
25 to 30.
Yes, sir.
So over 4 years, 100, 120, roughly. I won't hold you to that number, but 100, 120 is about right?
Sure.
Quite a few.
Yes, sir, right around there.
Okay. Let's go back to December the 2nd. You go to, I guess, the scene at Jones Road and what we're calling Hunting Club Road, Hunt Club Road, that intersection where the gate is, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you get there at about 9:15 at night, roughly. You said that there was lots of trash on the side of the road. Right?
Yes.
You said beer cans, right?
Yes, sir.
You said there were Coke bottles. When you say by the side of the road, was that on Jones Road, or was that on the Hunt Club Road?
Jones Road is a public road, so there's far more litter on the side of Jones Road than there was on the Hunting Club Road, but there was some on the Hunting Club Road as well.
And again, you saw beer cans and Coke bottles. What other trash did you see?
Just generic road that you would see anywhere, and I say bottles here, but I remember seeing a box that contained an alcoholic beverage, like a cardboard box. I think there was even a couple of old box TVs, CRT TVs that had been discarded in the woods there at the intersection. So there's a significant amount of trash in the area.
And as an old trademark lawyer, I appreciate you clarifying that when you said Coke bottle, you really meant that generically, and not the Coke company.
Yes.
So now, you did not elect to take any of those beer cans or soda cans, soda bottles, beer bottles into evidence, correct?
That's correct.
Now, isn't it true that beer cans, Coke bottles, that type of material, you could get latent prints off of those at times, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
And out of that 120 things you have from before, cans, other things like that?
Your process for latent fingerprints, yes, sir.
Okay. But in this case, you elected not to pick those up, correct?
That's correct.
You did also, there was a cigarette pack that was photographed, I believe a Marlboro pack, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you took that Marlboro pack into evidence, right?
I did.
Evidence. It then goes to a crime lab.
That's correct.
And what crime lab does that go to?
So when I say crime lab, the GBI operates a statewide crime lab, and we have several locations. The location that serves our area is located in Pooler.
When it goes to the crime lab, are you the one that decides on what tests are performed by the crime lab?
To some extent, we can submit evidence to the lab and request that certain processes be conducted on evidence. We cannot require them to be processed. The lab does have to make decisions based on the resources that they have available to them.
I believe you testified that the case agent in this case was, I don't know what the right verb is, Tracy Sands, is that correct?
Yes, that's
Agent
correct.
Sands. Do you see Agent? Where's Agent Sands?
He's the prosecution.
Okay. Does Agent though, he could also request that certain evidence be analyzed at the crime lab?
That's correct. We can request.
So either you might request, Agent Sands might request, might request, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Did you request any analysis on that Marlboro cigarette pack?
So the evidence submission forms were made and the cigarette pack was submitted to the crime lab, but it would be a better question for, it would be from.
Okay. Well, you specifically did not request any particular.
Sorry, guys. Why, StreamYard? Why? Just out of the blue. No warning whatsoever. Usually it does that when I'm trying to do something. I wasn't even doing nothing. I was just minding my own business.
Bottles and the cans, and that you could get latent prints off of those you have at times, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you also get DNA evidence off like a Coca-Cola can? But in this case, you collected none of those, correct?
That's correct.
Move to 311 East 65th Street in Savannah. So we'll talk about that for a bit. You called that a crime scene in your testimony. Why did you call that a crime scene?
It's sort of a shorthand for saying that it's a place that we searched for or examined for signs of criminal activity.
When you call it a crime scene, are you presuming that a crime occurred there?
So the presumption holds yes. We do need to, we're not going to go to a place that's just random and say, well, we don't think a crime happened here, but we're going to search anyway. I mean, we're going to go there based on fact and driven by how the investigation leads us, and then conduct an examination of a place, be it a vehicle or apartment, a house, wherever, based on the fact that there may be something there.
Okay. And that property had a house upon it that we heard a lot of testimony about yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was also a shed in the back of the house, right?
There was.
Did you look in that shed?
I did.
About how big was that shed?
To 10 by 10, 12 by 12, not very big, but
What was located in the shed?
uh, if I remember correctly, it was just packed full of tools and things you might find in a garden shed. There were some old paint cans, things stored. I don't recall exactly without referring to a photograph that I took of the interior, but it was not particularly well kept. It was a little haphazard the way things were stored inside.
Well, lots of folks keep their sheds in the back like that, I think, correct?
Me as well.
Did you do any luminol testing within that shed?
Not within the shed. I did, however, take a few items out of the shed and bring them into the house for testing.
What items did you take from the shed to bring into the house for testing?
There were some power tools.
And what was the result?
What was that? That was
There were some
funky.
power tools.
And what was the result of your luminol test?
There was no result shown from the Blue Star application.
And when you say Blue Star, that's the Blue Star luminol that was discussed yesterday, right?
Correct. That's the chemical that causes the blue glow when it comes to.
You also, and correct me if I misstate anything that you said, because
Yes,
I don't want to mischaracterize or get anything wrong about your testimony, okay? So please just stop me. Will you do that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I think you will anyway. I just want to make sure I hear it from you. Did you testify yesterday that you do not believe, and sorry, I have to be indelicate because of the nature of this case, you believe Mrs. Kassotis was not dismembered in that house?
I believe that there's not enough physical evidence available to make that determination decisively. Correct.
If she were in that, what type of evidence would you have expected to find that might confirm that she was dismembered there, or lead you to believe with greater certainty that she may have been dismembered there?
Without sounding too jocular, hopefully a video of the inside of the house showing it, but that would be great evidence. There wasn't any video, obviously, here at the house showing a crime having occurred, but if I were to remember yesterday when I taught, a lot of the questions that are posed to us, asked about crime scene starts off with, well, it depends. In this particular case, it depends on, you would expect to see a lot of blood, but it will also depend on the preparations that were made prior to, and again, this is a terrible thing to talk about, but prior to her being dismembered, if there were any protective measures made. I put on a Tyvek suit before I got into a ditch full of mud and water and other biological hazards. If somebody were to lay down, say, a tarp or something like that, then that might protect the items of furniture, the walls or floor from blood. So it just depends.
You found relatively little blood there, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, the blood that was on the floor, I think you said that you had to do a full 1 minute exposure in order to render an image of the luminol glow from the floor, correct? What's your typical exposure when you take a photograph of luminol?
Again, it depends. If the reaction is very bright and the picture is being taken from very close away from the subject, it's like a close-up photograph as opposed to an overall photograph of the room where I might have to use a smaller aperture that lets less light into the camera per second that the shutter's open, then I may be able to use a 15 or 20 second exposure. If it's an overall photograph of a room and I'm using a smaller aperture in order to get the entire room in focus, then I may need to use a longer shutter speed to compensate for that darkness.
Let's compare it to the luminol glow that was found in the residence.
Correct.
How long was the shutter exposure when you photographed that luminol on the futon?
I honestly wouldn't recall.
Would that be in your notes?
So it wouldn't be in our notes. However, the digital cameras that we use contain a small piece of information called an EXIF file, or exchangeable image file. And you can think of that file like a tag on a Christmas gift, if you would. It's got a little bit of information about the photograph in it. It's limited to about 64 kilobytes of data, and what that contains is about the date and time that was set on the camera when the photograph was made. It can tell you information about the make and the model of the camera that took the photograph, and it'll also tell you things like shutter speed, aperture, the ISO setting, or how sensitive the digital sensor was at the time that the photograph was taken. And for newer cameras and for your cell phones, it'll also contain geographic information like your GPS coordinates. So I could refer to that file, but we'd have to take a break and I'd have to load the file and look at it in a computer.
Okay. That EXIF file, that's essentially metadata, correct,
Correct.
about the photograph?
Yes, sir.
So you don't recall exactly how long. Was it less than 60 seconds?
I'm assuming so, yes, but again, I can speak with any certainty, but it wasn't as long an exposure, I believe, as the overall of the entire room.
And as far as, I guess, what you've been referring to as the arc on the wall, the arc of blood that was about a foot long or so,
Yes, sir.
that was so minimal that you couldn't even photograph it, correct?
That's correct.
You made an initial application. I believe you said you had to get, did you say you had to get really close to even see that there was a glow?
Correct. It was very, very difficult.
And that futon location of the blood on the futon, you testified yesterday that, well, I guess you went to the house in May of 23, correct?
That's correct.
And Mrs. Kassotis' murder was back in that November, December 22 timeframe. Correct? It was 6 months prior. Mrs. Kassotis was murdered about 6 months prior to
Yeah,
that.
her body was recovered on December 2nd, yes, sir.
Okay. So it had been 6 months, and you said that futon, you don't know what position it was in 6 months prior to you being at the house.
It is movable within the scene, so I have no idea.
So the futon could have been flipped around, correct?
Correct.
Wait a minute. They found her 6 months after she died? I didn't catch that in opening. So did nobody stay in the Airbnb? Were people staying in the Airbnb in between during that 6-month period? That's ew.
And while when you saw the futon, I guess the blood was would be, I guess, behind on the backside of where your head would rest if it was a couch, correct?
Correct.
But it could have been flipped around.
Yes, sir.
And that blood could have been in the seating area of the futon if it was flipped around in that way.
Yes, sir. It'd be more on, like on the edge, like if the futon was a mattress, so to speak, that was just foldable, then instead of it being on the top or the bottom, it would be kind of on the side,
So if you were sitting on the edge of the futon, then that blood could be beneath.
possibly.
That is just showing the presence of blood, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could be human blood, could be animal blood, right? You don't know what type of blood.
Yes, sir.
Does the luminol tell you whether it would be venous blood or menstrual blood? Does it tell the type of blood at all?
No, sir. Again, this chemical reacts with the hemoglobin, the iron in the blood, so it doesn't differentiate between where the blood came from within the body. It's just blood.
So because you just know it's some kind of blood, I think you testified that then you do an OBTI test, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just maybe to refresh everyone's memory, that OBTI test is the one that looked like those kind of COVID tests that we all had to suffer through a few years ago, right?
Very.
Very well. The OBTI test, that tells you whether or not it's human blood, correct?
They can give you an indication thereof, yes, sir.
Does it indicate whether it's menstrual blood or not?
No, sir.
There is a test for that, though, in the lab. That can be tested for.
Can we pull out, let me see, what specific exhibit? Jim, please. Thank you, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm so happy my friend Donald is here.
Could you pull out exhibit 1.8, which is the package that contains the wipe that you found wrapped around the handle of the knife. Could you open that up, please? Would you remove the wipe once you have that open? Okay. Is it possible to open that up anymore without damaging it? May I approach, Your Honor? I'm not going to touch it.
They're gloves if you'd like
Yeah,
them.
I'm good. Right, so there's actually two wipes there, is that correct? They're perforated, there's a perforation keeping them together?
That's correct.
Okay. You may put that away now, thank you very much. So you collected all of these wipes as evidence and you submitted them to the lab, correct?
That's correct.
You testified yesterday that in some cases, these cleaning wipes can destroy DNA, correct?
That's my understanding in conversations that I've had with the folks at the lab in the biology section, is that is a possibility that the DNA can be damaged by certain brands of cleaning wipes, depending on the chemicals that are involved in the process.
But then there are also other brands of cleaning wipes where DNA would not be destroyed, correct?
That's possible, but I couldn't speak to it with any certainty.
Did you ask that these wipes be checked for DNA?
Again, with Agent Sands having submitted the evidence himself for testing, then those requests would have been made through him.
So if you could just answer that one question, did you request that these wipes be tested for DNA?
I did not.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Special Agent.
Briefly, Judge. Agent Dickerson, you were asked by counsel whether you saw certain drinking containers on the roadway, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that series of questions?
Yes, ma'am.
How far were they from the body?
So, as we spoke several times yesterday, the body was about 650 feet away from the intersection, down the Hunting Club Road, and then Jones Road itself, there was an orange gate pretty much at the intersection. The majority of the trash that I observed on scene was pretty much as you would expect to see. It was in the ditch and along the edge of the road on the public road.
That's on Jones Road?
Correct.
Okay. And if that trash, including those drinking cans, had been found in proximity to the zone, would you have taken them?
Of course.
Did you, with respect to the Marlboro pack that you referred to?
I did. It wasn't exactly found near the body. It was about halfway back toward the intersection from the body. So there wasn't necessarily a direct connection between the two, but we took it out of an abundance of caution.
Okay. And I believe you testified yesterday about the conditions of the weather in the days leading up to December 2nd of 2022. Can you refresh us as to what it was in those days?
Yes, ma'am. We spoke with, as part of our initial briefing, when we arrived on scene, we spoke with,
Objection to hearsay.
He's just saying who he spoke with. He didn't say what they said.
As long as he doesn't say what they said.
All right.
Did you speak
Understood.
with anybody about the weather conditions?
I did.
Were you yourself in Liberty County on those days beforehand?
I was not.
Did you see if there was any rain in the ditch anywhere near these areas?
Yes.
How much rain? Meaning, on your body, how deep was the water?
Well, there was standing water in the ditches, and the ground was very saturated when we got there, even though it wasn't actively raining at the time.
Okay, and just so we're clear, we're in South Georgia, so sometimes we have standing water all the time, right?
Yes, I can also say that as part of the forensic entomology that was done, there was some weather conditions that had to be researched, and I was able to access weather data from a nearby weather station. And while I don't remember the exact numbers, I can tell you it recorded precipitation in the area in the days leading up to the discovery of Mindy's torso.
Do you know if anybody else actually recorded, or without telling us what was recorded, whether that actual data was secured in connection with this case?
Will you repeat that question for me?
What I'm asking is, do you know if anybody else secured the precipitation data in the days leading up to December 2nd of 2022 without telling us what it was?
So again, in working with Dr. Edward Mondor at Georgia Southern, the forensic entomologist, part of his studies are to include weather data in his interpretation. So yes, I know that he accessed data.
So he knows how much rain there actually was.
I can't say what he knows, but that's a possibility.
Okay. And with respect to rain, and again, if I am going too far afield of your forensic expertise, please let us know. Counsel asked you whether or not the cleaning wipes, the chemicals in them, can destroy or damage DNA. Do you know what water can do to fingerprints or DNA if it comes into contact with it?
And there's a possibility that it can remove both from the surface of a piece of evidence or a piece of potential evidence.
What about wiping with a cleansing wipe? What could that do to fingerprints or DNA, if you know?
Well, again, there's a lot of unknown variables to the question that you're asking, but even something as simple as a dry paper towel rubbed across latent fingerprints, which are primarily made up of oil and water, will cause some mechanical destruction of those prints. They wouldn't be there anymore on a hard surface. Now, on a porous surface, that may be a little different, but on a plastic or a metal surface that's smooth, then yeah, certainly rubbing something across it could destroy those fingerprints.
Okay. And do you know if light has any impact? Only if you know.
On latent prints or DNA?
On either or.
So sunlight is got a large component. A large component of sunlight is ultraviolet light, and ultraviolet light is not good for DNA at all. In fact, you may see ultraviolet lights being used to sanitize certain things, and that's given enough exposure. My training indicates that DNA can be damaged by sunlight.
So at a minimum, you're aware that as of December 2nd of 2022, that's when a portion of her remains were recovered, correct?
I'm sorry.
A portion of her remains were first recovered on December 2nd of 2022.
Correct. That's when Mindy's torso was found.
Okay. And the rest of her body was recovered over how many days?
The right leg was recovered on the 3rd. Her left leg was recovered on the 5th, and her head was the last item to be recovered, and it was recovered on the 7th.
And do you know where that head physically was? Meaning, was it on the ground or in the ground?
I wasn't there. I'm aware of it through the circumstances of the investigation, but my understanding is buried.
Okay. Could being buried impact the ability to recover any additional DNA potentially?
It'd probably be a better question for someone from the biology
From the
section.
biology
of the lab
section.
Than myself.
Okay. Now, cleansing wipes. Counsel asked you about those cleansing wipes, and you, I believe, pulled out the one that was in 1.8. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As we sit here, did you see stains on that actual set of wipes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you don't know what those stains are, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Would you have been able to field test those stains out at the scene?
I could have,
Okay, why didn't you?
because those items are small enough and portable enough that we could take them to the lab and have them tested there without any trouble.
Okay. And would that have been something potentially they might have done?
It could be.
Okay, and DNA generally, that gets handled by whom in the Georgia Bureau of Investigation forensic teams?
So DNA processing is conducted by the biology section of our lab.
Do you do that?
I do not. The crime lab is actually a different division. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation is made up of 3 divisions, and the lab in the medical examiner's office is one of those. I'm in the investigative division, so while we're the same parent agency, we operate independently of one another.
Now, I just want to talk for a moment about the items in the shed. Do you have any idea who those items belong to?
I do not. I'm assuming the homeowner.
Do
But
you have
that's
any
an
i-
assumption.
Okay, do you have any idea if they were there when Mr. Kassotis and Mindi Mebane lived there?
I have no way of determining that.
Do you have any idea? Well, let me back that up. Did you see any blood on any of those items?
Not the ones that I processed, no, ma'am.
And which items you processed, you said were the power tools, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what type of tools you processed?
Photographs, but there was a circular saw and honestly maybe a drill and something else. I'd have to look back to make sure though.
Okay. Do you have that in your notes?
Uh,
Or would that be in a photograph?
it would probably be in a photograph.
Okay. And can you tell us what a circular saw is? Not everybody uses those.
Certainly, a lot of folks down in the South call it a skill saw, which is kind of like calling a soda can a Coke bottle. But it's basically a saw that you would use to cut wood, lumber. It's handheld, about that big. There's a blade on the side that loads in, spins, and you can push it through wood to cut it.
Well, they
No, ma'am.
said that the bones were cut and then snapped. I think if he used a circular saw, they wouldn't have been snapped.
I didn't see any
Tried.
blood on any of the tools I checked.
Did you try to find any of the tools that could have potentially been used as cutting tools?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those all of the ones that you looked at for blood?
Only the ones that could have even potentially been used are the ones that I checked for blood. And again, out of an abundance of caution, I didn't see any. But since I already had the chemical mixed and it was there and I had enough left to test, I went ahead and pulled the tools inside and tested them
So you
before we
blew,
left.
you blew
Unless he was good at pulling the wool over people's eyes. Who knows? But he's on his 3rd wife. I don't understand. He's, I don't get it.
starred those in the blacked out house as well.
Yes, ma'am.
But as you sit here, you have no idea if Mr. Kassotis even had access to those tools back in December or in the time frame around her body being recovered.
I have no way of knowing.
You mentioned yesterday that it was an Airbnb. Is that correct?
Our investigation indicated that.
And do you know if it was active? Only if you know if it was actively being used still as an Airbnb?
That was my understanding, is that it was still for rent.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Briefly, the state mentioned that, or asked you about the location of most of the trash that you saw, cans, bottles, and it was along Jones Road.
Yes,
And
sir.
that was probably 50 feet away.
Yes, sir.
Looking at Exhibit 1.4 that was introduced yesterday, you recall this?
Yes, sir.
In Exhibit 1.4, evidence placards
One
1
would
through
think.
3 and 4 through 7. Those ones down by the gate. That's a problem.
He had this woman convinced that this mystery man was out to get him and had her on the run with him. So I don't know. He must have had a magic thing, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what magic spell this man had over this woman, but she was on the run with him. Yeah. He's just, he's so creepy.
Approximately 650 feet away as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
So even though those were also 650 feet away, you felt that that was evidence that should be collected.
I did.
And that evidence included the Husky storage container. You took that, correct?
Yes, sir.
You took the Milwaukee knife that was 650 feet away from her torso.
I did.
You took cleaning wipes that were 650 feet away from her torso.
Yes, sir.
You took torn cut gray cloth that was 650 feet away from her torso.
I did.
And you took literally a black plastic trash bag that was 650 feet away from her
Hey,
torso.
Wiggles.
Yes,
Correct?
Sir. Yes, sir. I did.
And you, and when I say you in this case, I mean the team that was there. So y'all picked up an empty cigarette pack, at least at 1.4, looks to be several hundred feet away from her torso. Correct?
And you know what? If they hadn't been thorough, you'd be bitching about that.
Was there no trash in Exhibit 1.4 between the gate and the location of her torso?
There may have been small pieces of trash that I just overlooked. That's a possibility.
See?
Okay.
What did
Thank you. I have no
say?
further questions.
Can the witness be excused?
State has no additional questions.
No questions.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
All right, our next witness, please.
Your Honor, at this time, the call is Lindsay Smith.
Probably spelled her name. I don't.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask if you could just keep the microphone nice and close to your mouth so that the jurors can hear you.
Okay.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Lindsay Smith, Lindsay. Smith, Smith.
Where do you work?
I'm employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And what is your role at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I'm the special agent in charge assigned to the Statesburg Field Office.
What is a special agent in charge?
So my responsibilities are to supervise the personnel assigned to that office. We have 6 case agents, 2 crime scene specialists, and an assistant special agent in charge,
No,
an
we're on
office
this
manager,
morning
and an
now.
intel analyst assigned to the office.
And in that capacity, have you ever been a field agent yourself?
Yes, I have.
How long have you been with the GBI total?
19 and a half years.
And in your time with them in the 19 and a half years, is that the only role that you had, meaning special agent in charge, or what are your other prior titles?
So I began my career as a narcotics agent. I was promoted to special agent where I worked field work cases. Then I was promoted to assistant special agent in charge, and then now special agent in charge.
Would it be fair to say that each of those were promotions, essentially?
That's correct.
Okay. And prior to the GBI, were you in law enforcement, or is this your first law enforcement position?
I was in law enforcement previously.
Where were you?
I was assigned to the Altamont Drug Task Force as a narcotics agent.
How long were you with them?
Almost 3 years,
Okay, so in total, how long have you been in law enforcement?
22 years.
And in that time, would it be fair to say that you've also assisted in crime scenes and investigations of cases?
That's correct.
How many cases do you think you've managed over the course of your career? Estimated, not exact.
Hundreds.
Okay. And in that capacity, have you worked in partnership with other agencies?
Yes, I have.
In this case specifically, were you working in a partnership with any other agencies?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell the jury what agencies were involved in the investigation of this case?
Sure. We received our request from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office, but also during the investigation, we coordinated with other state law enforcement agencies, the Department of Natural Resources, Georgia State Patrol. We also coordinated with some federal agencies such as the FBI.
Okay. And you indicated that your title now is special agent. Is that your title in December of 2022?
No, it was not.
What were you at that time?
Assistant Special Agent in charge.
Congratulations. Assistant Special Agent in charge and the Special Agent in charge?
Sure, we have similar roles. As the Assistant Special Agent in charge, my involvement was more operational, whereas now I'm more administrative.
Were you on duty December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
What was your role that day in connection with this case?
It was actually after hours, but I was contacted by Tracy Saints to let me know the request for assistance from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office.
And how does that work? Request?
And the majority of the call comes into our system. They have our on-call roster available. Once the call comes in, then they contact the on-call agent,
And the on-call agent that evening was?
Tracy Sands.
And as a result of Sands being contacted, would that have been him who then gets assigned basically to that case?
Yes, that's correct.
Did that happen here?
Yes, it did.
Did you go anywhere to assist in the investigation at that point when you received the call from Agent Sands?
Not on that evening, I did not.
Okay. Is there a reason you didn't respond yourself?
I didn't feel that there was a need for me to be there at that time.
How long had Agent Sands been working with the GBI by the time you had gotten that call?
Probably 25 years.
Were you confident that he was able to handle that?
Yes, I was.
And when you got the call initially, you said it came in from Liberty County Sheriff's Office. Did you know what county that the remains, the initial piece of her remains were recovered?
Yes, it would have been Liberty County.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what the relationships of the counties are kind of in that area where Jones Road and Barrington Ferry is? Is that all Liberty County or is that near other counties? How does that work?
No, it's Liberty County, McIntosh County, and Long County kind of converge together in that general area.
Okay. So her physical remains initially were in Liberty County. Do you know if any of the other remains were found in places other than Liberty County?
Yes, they were.
Where were they found?
In McIntosh County.
Okay, so Liberty and McIntosh?
Yes,
Okay, and when the initial call came in though, her remains were in Liberty?
that's correct.
Did that impact who you partnered with in connection with this case?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So since we got the request from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office, we would be working with them.
Okay, and when you ultimately, well, let me back up. Did you get to the scene at some point?
Yes, I did.
What day did you go to the Portal Hunting Club down in Riceboro?
I went out that Monday, December 5th.
Okay. And when you got there on December 5th, why did you go there?
We were doing an extensive search that day, and I wanted to participate.
Okay. When you say extensive search, can you tell the jury what you mean by that? What was going on?
Sure, we coordinated with some canine handlers out of South Carolina, the Department of Natural Resources, obviously some more personnel from my office, and individuals from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office. And so our task was to go out there, saturate the area to look for additional remains that we were still missing and any other evidence.
Was it important to find the rest of her remains?
Yes, it was.
Can you tell the jury why?
At that point, we were missing her head, which is obviously a large piece of the puzzle that would help us identify who she was. We'd know what she looked like, what her eye color was, hair color.
And at that point, did you have any idea who she was?
We did not.
Had steps already been taken to try and identify her
On the 5th?
as of even the first day?
Yes.
Okay, but had they yielded any results?
No, they had not.
Okay, so when you get out there on December 5th, can you tell us who was present at the scene?
Tracy Sands was out there, our crime scene specialist, Brett Dickerson. There was a representative from Department of Natural Resources, I believe 3 K-9 teams, and some members of the Liberty County Sheriff's Office. I don't recall specific names.
Okay, and you mentioned Special Agent Dickerson. Did you assist him at some point on that day in the course of this investigation?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury what you did to assist Agent Dickerson?
Sure. He had collected a sample of maggots from the left leg that we had found. Those maggots needed to be boiled, essentially, so I was able to perform that task.
Okay. Was he able to do that out in the field?
No, he was not.
So did you physically take them somewhere to do that?
I did. I had contacts in the area that were able to provide me with this outdoor kitchen, so to speak, where I was able to heat water and then pour the boiling water on top of the maggots.
And that processing, did you receive any guidance, without telling us exactly what was said, did you receive any guidance on how to perform that task?
Yes, I did.
Who did you receive that guidance from?
It was through Agent Dickerson, but from Dr. Mondor.
Okay. And do you know what his role was in this case?
He's an entomologist that works for Georgia Southern University that we consult with sometimes.
Okay. And when you boiled the maggots, what did you do with them afterwards?
I went back to the crime scene and turned them over to Agent Dickerson.
Okay. Did they remain in your custody the entire time that you went to process them before you returned them to Agent Dickerson?
Yes, they did.
And so when you gave them to Agent Dickerson, he was the last person that had them after you?
That's correct.
Do you know if they were submitted at some point to Dr. Mondor for review?
Yes, they were.
And would the special agent in charge and the assistant special agent in charge have to manage somehow the funding for taking care of that?
Yes.
Okay. Does the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Laboratory have the ability to do that kind of testing itself?
No, they don't.
So that would have required you to go somewhere else?
That's correct.
In your career, how many times have you had bugs processed?
That was the first.
Why did you do that?
To preserve them as they were, so that we could get a better timeline on how long the remains had been in the woods.
As of that date, December 5th, did you have any idea exactly how long they were in the woods?
No, we did not.
So what would Dr. Mondor be able to provide you in terms of that you were hoping to accomplish?
A date range of how long they had been out there, particularly when they were placed there.
Now, when you learned that the deceased in this case, Mindi, had been dismembered, did that cause you any concerns for the investigation?
Yes, it did.
Why?
At that particular time, we still did not have her head, which was going to be useful in identification.
Did you contact anybody once the head was recovered?
Yes, I did.
Who did you contact?
I contacted the GBI's forensic artist, Kelly Lawson, to request some assistance with the photograph at that time.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what would the forensic artist have to do with this case?
So initially, I received a photograph from the autopsy of the face of Miss Mindi, and my initial request to the forensic artist was to ask if she could make the picture look better so that it could be released to the media. That was not an option in this case, so what we did was have her basically draw an image to be used to release for the media.
So if you had had a, for lack of a better word, non-traumatized face, would you have released that photograph?
It's possible, depending on how it looked.
So it's the condition of the body?
That's correct.
Okay. So in this case, given the condition of the body, you were not able to do that?
That's right.
Okay. So did you provide anything to Kelly Lawson, the forensic artist, in conjunction with your request?
Yes, I sent her the photograph that we obtained from the autopsy.
And if you know, was that head modified in any way during the course of the autopsy in terms of the photograph you received?
It had been cleaned, but other than that, nothing else.
Okay. And did you give her any other details concerning the appearance of the deceased?
Yes, I did.
What did you provide to her?
We were able to provide height, possible weight, and the hair type, essentially.
Okay. Did you discuss with her eye color?
Yes.
What eye color did you tell her?
We told her brown at the time.
And you said, why?
I don't know the scientific reasoning behind it. During autopsy, the eyes appeared to be brown. I do believe they were naturally a different color.
Okay. Would Dr. Lehman be able to explain that as he did to you at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And I say Dr. Lehman, who was he?
He was our medical examiner who performed the autopsy.
Okay. So initially, you simply thought the eyes were brown.
That's correct.
Okay. And so when that information was provided, did that include that information to Ms. Lawson?
Yes, it did.
Ultimately, did you ever receive a drawing back from Ms. Lawson?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury what you did with that drawing?
Sure. We were able to create a flyer per se with the photograph on it and some additional identifying information, and then we included our phone number and ways to contact the GBI should someone recognize the picture.
And do you know what day that was that you received and posted, so to speak, that flyer that you just referred to?
So I received the flyer on December 11th, which I believe was a Sunday, and it went out to the media that Monday, the 12th.
Okay. And that was in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of receiving that and posting it, did you receive any leads or tips from people seeing that photograph?
We did receive some leads.
Okay. Tell us how you managed those tips coming into the GBI.
We have an intel analyst assigned to our office, and she was able to maintain a spreadsheet with information that we were getting as the calls came in. We received tips from over 17 states across the country.
Okay. Were you fielding those tips and investigating them?
I believe I may have taken a call or two, but mostly that was being handled by a case agent and the intel analyst.
Okay. When those tips started coming in, did you ultimately identify her through the tips?
No, we did not.
So subsequent to that first photograph, did there come a time when there was a second drawing?
Yes, there was.
When was the second drawing?
If I can refer to my notes, that was on January 3rd.
On January 3rd, did you receive a second drawing?
Yes, I did.
Who did you receive it from?
From Kelly Lawson.
Okay. And when Ms. Lawson sent you that drawing, tell the jury what you did with it.
We submitted another flyer with some additional information and put it out to our media.
Okay. Did that also get posted to the public media?
Yes, it did.
Did you receive additional tips?
Yes, we did.
Did you do any better with the second drawing than the first?
No, we did not.
No identification?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as 1.16. I'm not going to show this because ultimately I publish it just to keep it so that it can't be seen. May I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 1.16. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the photo that was taken at the autopsy that was provided to Kelly Lawson.
What is the photograph of?
It's a photograph of Mindy's face.
Okay. Is that her whole head?
That's her face. the neck is not in the photograph.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate duplicate of exactly what you sent to Ms. Lawson?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to tender 1.16.
No objection, Your Honor. It's admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to publish that to the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would just hold it closely so that it's not exposed to anyone.
Why'd it get quiet? I had to take Spike out. What is happening?
You said there were some flyers that were produced as a result using those sketches?
That's right.
I'm now going to ask, Your Honor, that these be marked as 1.17 and 1.18. I've provided counsel with a copy already. May I show these to the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize what's in 1.17 and 1.18?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what's 1.17?
This, the first rendering that, Kelly Lawson gave us.
Okay, and that was back on
If she does, I'm gonna cover it.
December 11th of 22, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and with respect to 1.18, what is that?
It's another rendering. It's the second one that we received.
And when was that one received?
That would have been on January 5th.
I believe you tested.
3rd, I'm sorry, 3rd.
Okay, so it was January 3rd. What was January 5th? What happened on January 5th? Did that get posted or something?
I don't recall. I think I just misspoke, so it was the 3rd.
Okay, so when you received that from her, did you then process that into a second flyer?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would like to tender states 1.17 and 1.18.
No objection, Your Honor. They're both admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to publish those to the jury. Thank you. Now publishing 1.17 for the jury. Was that the photograph that was made into the first flyer?
Yes, it is.
And I'm now publishing 1.18. Was that the second photograph that was made into a flyer?
Yes, it is.
At some point, were there side-by-side flyers as well?
Yes, I believe so.
And ultimately, you indicated that you would receive tips on both of those photographs,
That's correct.
but no results?
Not to identify as her officially, no.
Did you investigate other individuals other than Mindi, and Kassotis potentially being the deceased?
Yes, we did.
Were there one, more than one? Do you have any idea approximately how many?
I would say anywhere between 75 to 100.
So you ran down a lot of leads.
Or my office did.
Not you personally, my
Yes.
apologies.
Nope,
The GBI,
that's correct.
okay. Now, when you wound up with no results from the forensic sketches and from all these leads, what did you do next?
So I reached out to another special agent in charge within the GBI who had had success in identifying an unidentified individual. He put me in contact with an FBI agent.
And why did you call the FBI?
They were in the process of doing some genetic genealogy testing, and I reached out to him to see if he could help us with this particular case.
Do they normally help you? Not disrespectfully, but I mean, do they normally work as your partner unless requested?
No, they don't.
Okay, so in this case, you reached out for assistance?
That's correct.
Okay. Did they explain anything to you about procedures for following through with that?
Yes, there were some steps that we had to take before they would take on the case, which included providing details about what we were dealing with, what the investigation had uncovered at that point. There were some other processes that had to be undertaken where some data would be entered into databases.
Can you explain to the jury what VICAP is?
Sure, it's the FBI's Violent Criminal Apprehension Program. Essentially, it's a database that collects information from law enforcement and compares it to other cases to see if there are similarities or connections.
And what is NamUs?
That's the National Unidentified Missing Persons System.
Okay. And what does that database do?
It also collects information from loved ones and law enforcement about missing and unidentified individuals to see if they can also make connections that, with other cases that are entered into the database to hopefully resolve those cases.
Did either VICAP, and just for the record, VICAP, or NamUs, NAMUS, did either of those ultimately yield a result that assisted you?
No, they did not.
And after going through that documentation process with the FBI, who did they put you in touch with?
Gene by Gene.
How do you spell that?
GeneBygene.
So gene, like as in a gene in the DNA?
That's correct.
Okay. And what kind of a organization or company is Gene by Gene?
It's a private forensic laboratory.
Okay. What kind of testing do they do?
They do a genetic genealogy testing.
And how is that withdrawn? Is that something available from the crime laboratory?
No, it is not.
Is that available by any GBI laboratory?
No, it is not.
So you had to go to a private laboratory to be able to try the genetic genealogy?
That's correct.
And as a result of that process, did you have to provide them with information about your case?
Yes, we did.
Specifically, what did you provide them in connection with this case?
I'm not sure we actually provided them with information about the case, but we did have to send them a sample of blood that was obtained from the autopsy.
Okay, and that would have been the blood from the deceased?
That's correct.
And at that time, did you know who she was?
No, we did not.
So when you sent it to Gene by Gene, what were you hoping to accomplish?
We were hoping to learn who our victim was.
Okay. As a result of that process, did you receive any information that assisted you in locating individuals that may have a connection to your deceased?
Yes, we did.
Was that you do the process?
The Agent Sands went to speak with Betsy Mavane.
And that's Mebane?
That's correct.
Okay. Why did they go to speak with her?
So during the testing, they were able to basically build a family tree with connections to potential family members of the victim, and she was identified as a possible mother.
Okay. And only if you know, do you know if they ultimately were able to collect a DNA sample from Mrs. Betsy Mebane?
Yes, we were.
Did you assist in any other way in the investigation?
No, other than just general oversight, supervision.
Now, the crime lab, I want to be sensitive here because I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Are there times when you submit items to the crime laboratory for analysis?
Yes.
Does your team submit items to the crime laboratory for analysis as well?
Yes.
Do you always have every item tested you request?
No, we do not.
Can you explain why?
Sure. The resources at our crime lab are limited. We are short-staffed with some scientists in certain areas, so it's impossible for them to be able to test every piece of evidence that's submitted.
Have you had your fair share of conversations hoping for potentially more items to be tested?
Yes, I have.
Did you do that in this case?
I believe so.
And can you explain what a briefing is with the crime lab? Who would do that?
So it would be a supervisor from the office and a supervisor from the crime lab get together and discuss potential additional steps that we would request be taken.
Okay, and did anyone do that in this case as supervisor?
Honestly, don't recall, but I believe so.
Do you know if you had any conversations with the crime laboratory?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you make requests for evidence to be examined?
Yes.
And did you do that in assistance with any other agents from your team?
Yes.
Who was that?
Would have been Agent Dickerson and Agent Sands.
Okay. And ultimately, did you receive reports back from the crime laboratory on the items they did ultimately test?
Yes, we did.
Without them being able to do the forensic genetic genealogy, is that why you went to gene by gene?
That's correct.
Did that ultimately provide you with identity for the purposes of knowing who that torso and the rest of the remains belonged to?
Yes, it did.
And who was that?
Mindi Kassotis.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Prosecutor, any questions, counsel?
Thank you. Good morning, Special Agent Smith.
Good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Mr. Kassotis in this case. Just a few questions. You testified that you were hoping for more items to be tested. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What specific items were you hoping that the crime lab would test?
I would hope they would have tested everything that we submitted in a perfect world.
Which specific items did you hope they would test that they would not test?
I believe the Clorox wipes or whatever type of wipes those were. Specifically, that's what stands out in my mind.
So did you request those to be tested? You had to.
I don't believe specifically we had the discussion of that. We were presenting them with the list of everything that had been provided, and once something was tested and we didn't have any success or any leads, we would ask for something else to be tested in hopes that we would get some additional information.
You said the crime lab is short-staffed in certain areas. What areas to your knowledge, is the crime lab short-staffed in?
I believe most of the scientific fields are short-staffed across the state.
And just to help the jury understand, what are the scientific fields specifically that are short-staffed across the state?
So I believe toxicology, the chemist, biologist.
And because of that, items that special agents or assistant special agents want to be tested, or other agents want to be tested, may not be tested by the crime lab,
That's correct.
even though you believe they should be tested.
That's correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Just one follow-up. If you thought something was critical to the case to be able to prove or disprove the case, would you have taken that somewhere else than the GBI Coastal Lab?
Yes, we would have.
Did you do that in this case?
We did.
And did you get results from it?
We did.
Nothing further.
Anything else?
Real quick. Do you ask for items that aren't critical to be tested from the crime lab?
I believe all items that we collect are critical.
Thank you. No other questions.
All right. Any objection to the witness being excused?
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you. You are excused. You're free to go. You just leave that there. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute recess this morning. If you would step out with the bailiffs, please.
We can zoom. If there's nothing, let's wait and see if the lawyers are gonna need anything from the judge. And if not, we can zoom through the break. Spike has been moving my garbage can again. Oh, joy. We get to look at a camera in this trial. Nope. Good.
All right, everyone, please be seated, and let's call our next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Kelly Lawson.
All right, please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sorry.
May I sit down?
Yes, sir.
He never listens to you, Judy.
Hey,
Good morning.
can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Kelly Lawson, and that's KELLYLAWSON.
What do you do for a living?
I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And what is your role at the GBI?
I am the forensic artist.
And you say the forensic artist. Does that mean you're the only forensic artist?
I am currently the only forensic artist.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what is a forensic artist?
A forensic artist is, well, an artist who helps with police investigations. And basically what that means is I do composite drawings, which is where if someone is raped or robbed or assaulted and they saw the face of their perpetrator, they would then come to me and I would take the description of the person that they saw and draw them on a piece of paper. Usually they're very large, 18 by 24 sheet paper. And the police then can use that drawing to narrow the field of possible suspects and get an idea of it. The other half of what I do is working for unidentified remains cases. So if someone is found and the investigators don't know who that person is, then it falls upon me to do an illustration or a sculpture of that person representing what it looked like while they were alive in an effort to get their name for the police.
How long have you been with the GBI in that role?
I've been working with the Georgia Bureau of
Say everybody
Investigation
has a
since
twin.
2012.
Okay. Do you have any specialized training to be able to do the job that you do?
Yes, I have a degree in drawing, painting, and printmaking from Brigham Young University. I took a course, a 40-hour course from Betty Pat Gatliff in Oklahoma for two-dimensional skull and three-dimensional skull reconstruction. I also took a 40-hour course from Lois Gibson in Texas, who is a well-known forensic artist, and I completed a 13-month-long apprenticeship under Marla Lawson, who was the former forensic artist with the Bureau of Investigation.
Have you ever testified in court before as an expert witness?
Yes,
How many times and where?
multiple times in Cobb County, Fulton County, Clark County, and Clayton County. and DeKalb County.
Have you ever been denied expert status?
No.
At this time, Your Honor, I would like to introduce her as an expert, or tender her as an expert in the field of forensic.
I am sorry that the video is not synced with the audio. I don't know why it's doing that, and I don't know how to fix it. And if I mess with StreamYard too much, it's going to get cranky, and then we're going to start having even worse glitches. So I apologize.
Artistry.
No objections to that, Your Honor.
All right, she's so qualified, and you may proceed.
Can you tell the jury, did there come a time when you received a photograph in connection with this case?
Yes, on definitely Friday, December 9th, I believe, was of 2022. I got an email from Lindsay Smith containing a photograph of an unidentified Jane Doe that needed a drawing.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Counsel, I'm showing 1.16, 16, 17, and 18. Without displaying these,
Yes.
can you just look at those?
Okay.
I'm specifically referring to 1.16. Photograph,
Yes, I do.
and what is that photograph?
That is a photograph of the Jane Doe.
Okay. Do you make any drawings?
I did.
And what drawing did you make?
I actually, throughout the weekend of December 9th through the 11th, I completed 2 drawings.
Okay.
I completed one drawing with the hair down and one drawing with the hair up because the hair is not very visible.
Okay.
So I completed 2 drawings.
Did you provide both of those drawings right away?
I did not.
Which drawing did you provide first?
I provided the drawing with her hair up
Okay.
first.
Would that be what's depicted in 1.17?
Yes,
And then the one with the hair down, would that be 1.118?
that's correct.
Okay. Did you have any difficulty drawing this drawing in particular?
Absolutely.
Can you tell the jury why?
It is very difficult to work from remains when a person has been beheaded. Because when we're typically associating with someone and communicating with them, we see them and gravity's pulling on us one direction, we're sitting up. And there are certain muscles and ligaments and tendons that go from the sides of the head and the jaw and the bottom of the jaw all the way down to the neck and it face. So those are severed. The rest of the body, it changes the entire expression, the entire structure of the face. It makes it very difficult.
And did you in fact then do more than one drawing in part because of that?
That and it was difficult also to draw from this one because I had somewhat limited information. I didn't know exactly how long her hair was. I didn't know what color it was. When I receive a case like this, I have to move rapidly because of the whole 8 hours. So, as opposed to going back and forth with the individuals working in the morgue to get every tiny little detail, I'll often work from what I have and get the most accurate drawing that I can. And in this particular case, I was unsure about the hair, so I ended up doing another drawing, and I felt like that drawing was prettier even though the hair was less detailed.
And with respect to her eye color, did you base that information off of what?
I based her eye color specifically off the average. A lot of times if you can't see someone's eyes, or if there's one of the first things that changes in the decomposition process is the eyes will go glassy and glazed, and they'll often change colors. So you tend to go with the average, and they say for Caucasians, the average would be brown eyes.
Okay, so even within brown, are there variations of brown?
There are absolutely variations in brown.
And how do you deal with that?
Honestly, I just try to stick with something that's a beautiful photo. I know that sounds terrible, but The more beautiful the photo, compelling the photo, I guess is probably a better word than beautiful, the more likely people are to share the case, and the more people then end up seeing the case, and the likelihood of that person getting identified is better. So I will make sure people that, you know, I often draw John and Jane Does almost as if they're getting their glamour shot done, but it's, you know, it's the last drawing someone will ever have of them their entire lives. You know, I just feel like it's a respect thing, and it helps the public become more engaged.
That's so sad.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Weinstein?
No questions.
Very much.
I love her, but that is so sad. Oh my God.
I'm gonna put that.
God bless her. She's a good person. That is so sad.
And the state calls Peter to the stand.
Peter Hershey,
Hershey,
like the candy bar?
sir.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Before you have a seat, if you would please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat.
May I?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, before we begin, I'd like to tender states 1.19. These are the business records from J.C. Lewis Ford that the state served prior.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they are admitted.
Can you please state and spell your full name for the court reporter, and just stay close to the microphone so we can all hear you?
Peter, Hersshey.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
For a living.
For right now, I'm retired, but I worked for J.C. Lewis Ford.
Okay. What did you do at J.C. Lewis Ford?
I was in sales,
And how long were you in sales?
40 years in the car business.
Okay. And how long with J.C. Lewis Ford? Okay. And what location were you assigned to in that 30 year?
In a location.
Okay. And while at the Savannah location, did you sell cars?
I did.
Okay. And were you employed there as of July of 2022?
I was.
In anticipation of your testimony here today, I'm going to present you with page 1.19, if I may. Can you just look through that for a moment? Do you recognize those types of documents?
These would be customary documents that would be signed during the course of normal car purchase, yes.
Okay. And does that specific set of documents include the sale of a 2022 Ford Explorer?
It does.
Is that a car you sold?
Possibly. I've sold 600 cars since then, so I
Okay.
don't
May I-
remember specific, but
cars a year did you used to sell?
300?
Okay, so it would be fair to say you may not remember every single person that you sold a car to?
That would be very likely, yes.
Okay. When a car is sold, prepare documentation concerning the sale?
My side, in the sales side, it's very limited. We do a credit application, we capture driver's licenses, insurance cards, and that kind of thing to substantiate. Then it gets turned over to a business manager who actually contracts and does the documentation.
Okay, so with respect to this 1.19, I'm referring to page number 1 after the certification. I'm going to publish this if that's okay, Your Honor.
You may.
I can't go lay down with you right.
Does it indicate who the purchaser of the vehicle was? Okay. And you indicate that you would secure a drive license, correct, from the individual purchasing?
Bye, Carla.
Correct.
I'm now going to show the last page of Exhibit 1.19. Madam Clerk.
Our screen, this one's having the delay.
Okay.
What?
Driver's license that was secured in connection with that sale?
I would say so, yes.
And is that also for Mr. Nicholas Kassotis?
It is.
And the address that's listed there, how would that address be? Would that be from the driver itself?
Correct.
I'm going back to the page of the sales contract. Would that also list the price of the vehicle?
It will, yes.
And will it all list how it was paid for?
It will.
So down here on the lower right corner of that document, I'm referring to, forgive me while I try to manipulate that.
No worries.
Does it indicate how much the total was?
After taxes, tag, and looks like what I call a back-end product, which is your 3-for-1, looks like $44,853 and 74 cents.
Okay, so just shy of $45,000?
Correct.
And what is a 3-for-1?
3-for-1 would be like removal, chips in the windshield, and tire and wheel. Basically covers your tire against road hazard.
So some type of insurance that you could purchase at the time of the car?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Kassotis purchased that coverage as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what a vehicle identification number is?
Oh, yeah. You need it broken down by digit or just the whole thing?
Just generally?
Okay, so one indicates, the first digit always indicates the country of manufacture. The second digit always indicates the manufacturer. Then the third, fourth, and fifth, the third and fourth digit indicate plant, I think. Then you go to the model, which is the next 3 digits, and then the engine, and you get to the year, which is, I believe, an N for 22.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say that each vehicle has its own vehicle identification number?
It would be absolutely impossible for 2 vehicles to get the same VIN number.
Okay. So every vehicle has a unique VIN number?
Correct.
And you said VIN, is that the abbreviation for vehicle
Vehicle
identification?
identification number, yes.
Okay. In respect to the vehicle purchasing process, of car was it sold?
It was
Okay, and that was what year?
22.
Okay. Do you know if Ford Explorers in 2022 had the ability to have Bluetooth or telematic connection?
They did.
Can you tell the jury what the difference is between telematics and GPS?
No, I cannot.
Okay, well, let me be more clear then. Does the car have the ability to connect to a phone?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and in doing that, does that require some equipment inside of the car?
Yes, there's a modem inside the car.
Okay, and do you know, if you know, who Ford uses as their cellular provider for that modem?
That would be AT&T.
Okay, did this car have an AT&T modem for that 2022 Ford?
I would say it would be very likely that it would, yes.
Okay, and would that be able to be tracked based on the vehicle identification number? Meaning AT&T records?
It should be, but that would more come off the phone rather than the car.
Okay, and with respect to this vehicle, there was that vehicle identification number associated that you just referred to?
Correct.
And is that listed here on that contract right there on the top left side under?
It is under serial number.
Okay, and that is a number. Can you tell us what that number is for the record?
Read it off.
Yes, please, sir.
1, F is in Foxtrot, M is in Mike, S is in Sierra, K is in Kilo, 7, D for Delta, H for Hotel, 7, N for Nancy, G for Golf, B for Bravo, 37068.
Thank you. And with respect to this vehicle, do you see the portion where it says here at the bottom, amount financed?
I do.
And what amount was financed?
None.
So how was this car paid for?
Cash or check.
So that would be the full $44,853.74?
Correct. Now, there is a section on that buyer's order that'll show a lien holder, if there is one.
Okay. And with respect to this vehicle, are there oftentimes recalls with respect to vehicles?
Yes,
There can be, right?
most undoubtedly are.
Okay. And would that be something that is preserved in the business records well by J.C. Lewis Ford?
That would be a federal document.
Okay. And I'm
We
going to ask...
we pull a recall, we used to customarily pull a recall notice because it is against Ford policy to sell a vehicle with an open recall.
Right, for safety's sake.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
That is a yes. I'm
Sorry, just the reporter needs to get that.
My apology.
Not a problem. I'm now showing you the third page of that exhibit. And that recall for that vehicle, can you tell us what it was?
It was a rear axle bolt fracture.
If there were other recalls, would that be part of the sales packet?
Yes.
Now, I'm just going to show one other item for you, sir. My apologies, I'm showing council the page. I don't know exactly which number it is in the exhibit, but I want you to see it, sir. Thank you. I'm showing you a single page from within this exhibit. On the top right here, do you recognize that document?
I do.
Part of the sales package?
It is.
And I'd like to point just up here to the far right. Does it say salesman?
It does.
Who is that?
That would be me, Peter Hershey.
And specifically, in order to gain commission as a salesman, do you need to get your name on a sales contract?
I do.
Okay, so you would be fairly convinced that that would be you that had sold that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Weinstein?
Good morning, Mr. Hershey.
Good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein, and I'm representing Mr. Kassotis in this case. Just have a few questions for you.
Certainly.
You were in the car sales business for 40 years, correct?
That is correct.
And when did you retire?
February 7th this year.
February of 20.
Yes.
Can you tell me in broad strokes, what do you do when you go selling a car to an individual? What's your approach?
Well, they have what they call the road to the sale. But basically create a rapport, find out what they want, and sell them the car.
And when you're selling them the car in your case, do you tell them about the features in the car?
Generally speaking, yes.
Is-
Sometimes the customer knows more about the features than we do. But they've done research on one car, we have to know 10 or 12.
As a salesperson, do you go through training on the features on various vehicles?
Yes, we do.
And as part of that training, you learn the features of the cars, correct?
Correct.
This, and then of course, at times you explain those features, as you said, to your potential customers.
Call that a features benefit presentation, yes.
What about after the sale? Like after you've made the sale, do you explain the features further then as well?
If the customer requires that, yes.
Okay. And we were talking about connection features in this 2022 Ford Explorer.
Yes, sir.
The features you mentioned, and tell me if I'm wrong, is that known as Ford Pass Connect?
It is part of that, part of the connectivity or what the telematics, whatever you want to call it, is Ford Pass, yes.
Is Ford Pass.
I can take my cell phone, start my car, lock it, unlock it, see the oil pressure or the oil life. You can see where the car is. So yes, you can track your own car.
So if I had one of these 2022 Ford Explorers and I've got my phone and I'm not near the car, I'm somewhere else, I can tell where the car is?
Yes,
That's a great feature, right?
it's wonderful.
Is that something that you would sell people on?
Depends on whether that comes up that they're interested in it or not at the point in time. When I do finish up with my presentation, I will traditionally pair the phones and show them the features on Ford Pass Connect.
Okay, that's a part of your regular routine.
It is.
So you pair their phone up,
Mm-hmm.
you show them the features of Ford Pass Connect,
Correct.
you show them how, look, you can see where your car is if you're not near your car.
Mhm.
You can see, I believe, the oil level in the car, you said?
Fuel level, oil level, miles to empty, whether there's a recall on the car or not, there's all kind of information there.
Now, as I understand it, you don't recall specifically selling this car to Mr. Kassotis because you sell so many cars, correct?
Sir, that would be like 600 to 900 cars ago, yes. And it was during COVID, and half the time during COVID, we didn't meet the customer.
I
The car would
understand.
get delivered to them, and we would have done the paperwork.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask about, do you keep up, we were talking about recalls on these vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
So this car was sold in 2022,
Mm-hmm.
correct? 2022 vehicle.
Mhm.
There was one recall at the time. Now, at the time of sale, you don't know about recalls that are going to pop up in the future, correct?
That is correct.
So if there's recalls that come in 2023, that wouldn't be on the sale paper from 2022.
It would not.
And if there's recalls from 2024, that's not going to be on the sales paperwork either.
Not unless you can get somebody to have a crystal ball and print from that crystal ball, no.
I know. I mean, my clients often want me to have a crystal ball, but I don't have one. And I'm sure your customers are the same way, right?
That's correct.
So you were still working as a salesman with as August 2024, in August 2024.
That is correct.
So are you aware of the recall that Ford issued in August 2024 of 85,000 Ford Explorers for engine fires?
Objection, Your Honor, as to when? In August of 2024, or when was the recall council's referring to?
I'm asking if the witness is aware of a recall that was issued in August of 2024 for 85,000 Ford Explorers for engine fires.
Which would only matter, Your Honor, for relevance if that was applicable to a 2022 model.
These, let me be more specific, I'm sorry. I'll rephrase the question. Are you aware of a recall that Ford issued in August of 2024 for 85,000 2020 to 2022 model year Ford Explorers for engine fires?
I probably knew about the recall at the time. I probably had some kind of issue, would have called the service department to see if they could fix them, because I would get phone calls from customers that would ask about the recall. Do I remember that specific recall? No. Ford has literally, I hate to say it, but literally several recalls a year.
And Ford is not unusual in that, right?
No,
To
every
protect Ford here.
every manufacturer has those.
Okay. But again, an August 2024 recall would not have shown up in 2022 paperwork, correct?
That would be obvious, yes, sir. It would be correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else on redirect?
You simply said, correct me if I'm misunderstanding, you just don't recall if there was or wasn't one.
That's, yes, you are right.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Can the witness be excused?
No objection from the state.
Mr. Hershey, thank you very much. Have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
You too.
Our next witness, please.
At this time, the state calls Dean Glover.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the court reporter your full name and spell it, please?
Dean Stanford Glover, Dean Stanford Glover.
Mr. Glover, where do you work?
City of Riceburg.
What do you do for them?
The public works supervisor.
And as the Public Works Supervisor, you said that was with the city of Hillsborough located in Liberty County.
Wow. It is between Hinesville and Brunswick, actually, so about 20 miles away.
Okay, so if you headed south on I-95, would you hit basically your
Yeah.
area?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you do as the supervisor for that department?
I'm pretty much is the director, for the public works, sanitation, and just wastewater, sewer, and
Okay.
public, just anything dealing with the city.
Okay. And in that capacity, do you have a location that you're assigned to?
Yes,
Where are you assigned?
793 Barrington Ferry.
Okay. And is there a building at that location?
Correct.
Okay. When, I'm going to turn your attention back to December of 2022. Were you assigned to work at that same building at the time?
Correct.
And there.
Basically on Barrington Ferry is just go to Riceboro to the caution light and take a left,
Okay.
a right, I'm sorry.
Okay. And if you were coming down I-95, would there be an exit that would take you there as well?
52.
Okay.
Court TV is frozen. That's not me. That's Court TV that's frozen.
It passes by, correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that Barrington Ferry and Jones Road are kind of the same name, just at different places on the roadway?
Correct.
Okay. So depending on which county you're in, will kind of depend on what you call it?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you worked there?
12 and a half years.
And in that 12 and a half years, do you know if there are any cameras at that location?
Yes, they are.
When did those cameras get installed?
After 9/11,
Why did you install cameras after 9/11?
it was mandatory after 9/11.
Federal government required it,
Correct.
and they were installed?
Yes.
Are there cameras on the pumping station building? I believe that's what that is. Is that correct?
It's a well.
It's a well, okay?
Yes.
Are there cameras on that building?
Correct.
And is there any type of security surrounding the building?
Fencing.
What kind of fencing?
Chain link.
Okay, is there anything on top of the chain link fence?
Barbed wire.
Barbed
Yes.
wire, right?
Correct, yes.
And were the cameras at that building working in late November of 2022?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what area the cameras capture from that building?
The roadway and the entrance of the well.
Okay?
Yes.
And does there exist a security system to preserve that video footage?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm going to call it a DVR, that digital video recording device. Was there
Yes.
one present inside of the building?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you have been responsible for maintaining that?
Correct.
Would you also have been responsible if there were any problems to get it fixed?
Correct.
Did there come a time when you had a chance to look at that video footage and determine if there was a timestamp on it?
Yes.
Is there a timestamp?
Yes.
Is that timestamp accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It is because it's controlled by the satellite, just like your cell phone.
Okay, so that is correct and current.
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that those cameras do record, correct?
Correct, correct.
And that video recording equipment, who has access to it?
Basically, just myself in the city when something happened, it's myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did there come a time when law enforcement asked you about that video footage?
Correct.
Do you recall when that was?
Date and time, no, but it just, happened when we had an incident now.
Okay.
And the reason why, because, I am a volunteer fire department on that, so when we get situations, we do,
Okay. So if I direct your attention back to December of 2022, is that approximately when, even if you don't recall the exact date?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And when law enforcement requested to see that footage, did you show it to them?
Correct. I gave them the DVR for them to extract.
You gave them the whole thing?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was that, would that have enabled them to download any footage from that device?
Yes,
And you turned that over to them yourself?
correct.
Did that device include footage from November 29th of 2022 that you had a chance to look at before your testimony today?
Yes,
And was that a accurate and complete documentation of the entire time period surrounding the very end of November into December of 2022?
yes,
specifically in anticipation of this court date, were you able to look at just smaller clips of that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those a fair and accurate depiction of what was captured by the cameras on those dates?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it display the timestamp?
Yes.
I'm going to ask, Your Honor, that the witness be shown 1.25, a USB. May I approach?
You may.
I've had this marked. Do you recognize the initials on that USB?
Yes, that's mine.
Okay. And is this the actual USB that you watched on that day?
Yes.
So, what was it? He said well. Is it a waste management place, or is it a place where the water for the
Did
town
you have an
comes, or
occasion to
what?
determine if that captured the same area that you just described to the jury?
Yes.
And did it?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm actually going to plug this in so we can see it.
Oh, please! If it's bad, I hope they don't show it. They're good about not showing bad stuff.
If you want to just leave it off for one moment.
Of course, I want to see it. Bad stuff.
Were you also shown some still photographs?
Yes.
And were those in fact just snaps of the actual?
Yes.
I'm going to show those to you right now. These have been marked as 1.20 through 1.24. I'm showing them to counsel.
I wonder if he's testified before, because he's
Your Honor,
just so chill.
Mr. Glover, I'm showing you 1.20.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yes.
What is that, sir?
That is the, well,
Okay. Is there a building there as well?
correct.
Okay. And is that building the one that has cameras on it?
Yes.
Does that building have that fencing and the stuff you just described
Yes.
to us? And I'm now showing you 1.21 through 1.24. In that order. Do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes.
What are those photographs of?
And well, I'm looking at a vehicle and the fencing, and this is the, that big box is just what we have our electricity come through for the well, yes.
So you recognize that as being where you were working?
Yes.
Okay. Are those a fair and accurate depiction of what's on the camera and your building on photographs 1.20 through 1.24? I'd like to introduce those and tender them.
Any objection?
No objection.
Or they're admitted without objection.
Thank you. I'd also, Your Honor, like to tender 1.25, which is the video footage of those two clips I was referring to.
USB.
The USB.
No objection. It's also admitted.
One moment, my apologies.
Technology.
asked to publish the file ending in ID 23302. I have this up on the screen. Do you see that video that's playing? Oh, maybe not. For the purposes of moving along today, Your Honor, it's in evidence. I'll publish it at another time. Mr. Hirsch, you did recognize those two videos that we talked about.
Yes, I did.
And those are on the USB that have your initials.
Correct.
Okay. So in the meantime, I'm going to show you photographs.
Okay.
That is my pet peeve. Lawyers not being prepared. If you're gonna be a lawyer in this day and age, get your
Would
tax
it be fair
straightened
to
out.
say that the photographs that are here are simply just stills off of what's in that actual moving clip?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'd like to first show you 1.20. What building is depicted right here?
It is the well.
Okay, and that building, does that have cameras on it?
Correct.
That's the ones that we have here?
Yes, ma'am.
And this road that passes directly in front of it, what road is that?
Well, a lot of people call it different things, but we know it's like hometown rolls into Homestown.
Okay.
Jones, Hometown.
Jones.
It's
Does that also
various-
turn into Barrington Ferry?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. A lot of names for it, but that's the road that passed in front?
Correct.
Okay. And do you see specifically that chain link fence that you're referring to there?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now going to show you photograph 1.21. Do you see this up at the top left corner?
Yes.
What is that?
Top left is the,
Is that the timestamp?
yeah, it is.
Okay.
I'm
Does that
looking
list a
at you
date
on
and a
right.
time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was what you indicated was
Yes.
on there? Okay.
Yes.
And now specifically, do you see the fence there that you were referring to earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's that chain link barbed wire fence?
Mm-hmm.
Is there also a vehicle that is captured there?
Yes, ma'am.
And that still photograph, that was just taken off of the camera?
Correct.
Do you know that car?
No, I don't.
You drove that car?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm now showing you 1.22. Does that also have a timestamp on it?
Yes.
I say that's about 2 seconds later.
Yes.
And is that car now depicted here as well?
Yes.
Is that passing in front of the facility?
Smoke. Yes.
And just so the record is clear, what side of the car, driver's side or passenger side, is closest while passing here?
It is the passenger.
Okay, so fair to say you can't really see the driver of this vehicle?
No, I don't.
And now I'm showing you 1.23. Is there a timestamp on this one?
Yes.
And what time is that?
12
12
and
o'clock and
13
seconds,
seconds,
right?
yes.
It's very precise.
Mm-hmm.
And do you see anything on that roadway?
Yeah, I see a vehicle.
Okay. And is that the same type of vehicle as the one in the last screenshot?
Yes, going in opposite direction.
Okay, so now the driver's side is closer, is that right?
Yes,
And now showing you 1.24. Does this also have a timestamp?
yes,
Would it be fair to say just a couple seconds later?
yes,
Do you have a better view of that vehicle now?
I do.
Okay. And again, do you recognize that vehicle?
The same as we've seen before in the pictures, but not, I don't know
You
it.
don't personally?
No, ma'am, I
Okay.
don't.
Now, you indicated that law enforcement had asked you for the DVR and you provided it, right?
Correct,
Was that the material that they were able to retrieve from there?
yes.
Okay. Other than turning over the video footage, did you do anything in relationship to this case?
No more than, not in relation, we just was searching around for some of the remains,
So you helped with the search too?
Yes, a little,
Okay.
yes.
You didn't find anything though, right?
No, I did not.
And the road that passes in front of your building, is that a paved road, a county road?
It's a dirt.
It's a dirt road?
It's-
Okay. And if you were to go down that road on Jones Road, would you ultimately come upon the Portal Hunting Club?
Yes,
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Weinstein?
Good morning.
good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein, and I represent Mr. Kassotis in this case. I just have a few questions. Okay. With respect to this exhibit, which is 1.21, I believe you testified that you can't see who's driving that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 1.23, you can't see who's driving while there either, can you?
I cannot.
Exhibit 1.24, you can see who's driving that vehicle there either, can you?
Okay.
How familiar are you with this LS brand DVR?
Just something we purchased. I'm not familiar no more than that.
Are
It
you,
rewrites itself after so often, yes.
how often does it rewrite itself?
I think it's something like every 30 days, if I'm not correct.
Are you the individual that set up that DVR at the station at the well?
Far as, no, it's a technician that sets it up, but I am the one that's responsible for make sure it's serviceable, yes.
But you are not the tech of that DVR,
No, I'm not.
correct? And you are not the individual that went through the setup procedure for this LTS Chinese DVR.
No, I'm not.
So you didn't set the time zone for the DVR,
I did not.
okay, or anything else? Okay, thank you. That's all I need to know. I appreciate your help.
Well,
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're excused.
thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state calls Brittany Gresham to the stand.
Good morning. If you would please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I think it's still good morning.
It is.
Okay. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Brittany Gresham, BrittaneyGresham.
Please tell the jury where you work.
I'm employed at the Georgia Bureau of the Division of Forensic Sciences, which is also known as the State Crime Lab.
And in that capacity, what do you do?
I work in the toxicology section.
What is toxicology?
Toxicology is the study of drugs in the body. So we are testing biological specimens, typically blood, urine, but then also some tissue such as liver and muscle and gastric contents for the presence or absence of alcohol, drugs, or poisons.
How long have you worked for the GBI?
About 14 years.
And in your role there, what would be the title they carry?
A forensic toxicologist.
Okay, so they call you a forensic toxicologist?
Yes.
And can you describe your educational background for the jury?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of Georgia, and then upon being hired, I underwent a about 8-month training program, which included, but is not limited to, evidence handling, our extractions, we call them, those are the laboratory tests we perform, instrumentation, and then pharmacology, which is the study of what the body does to drugs and what drugs to the body.
And you indicated, I believe, you said 14 years?
Yes,
Have you always been a forensic toxicologist?
yes.
And how many cases do you think you've handled as a forensic toxicologist? Estimate.
Thousands. We average.
Now, you work in which crime laboratory?
Headquarters, which is located in Decatur.
So is there a closer one than headquarters to this office or this location?
There is. There is also a lab located in Pooler, near Savannah, Coastal Laboratory.
Okay. Does the Coastal Laboratory handle toxicology?
They do, but at this point, they were in postmortem toxicology.
Okay, so as of December 2022, the GBI Coastal Lab is not capable of performing those services?
They were, it was just a decision that was made that they were to do it yet. At this point, they are now performing postmortem alcohol donations.
Okay, so at the time, they just didn't do postmortem yet, but they have since become capable of
Yes.
providing that? Okay. But at the time of this case, would your location have been the one requested by GBI to handle those services then?
Yes,
And did you in fact get requested to handle something connected to this case?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell us, the Atlanta facility, the State Crime Lab, is that an accredited laboratory?
It is.
Can you explain to the jury what that means?
Accredited means that an outside body has evaluated our practices and determined that we do meet the standards of the scientific community.
And what procedures are required to maintain accreditation?
We go surveillance visits where they come out and observe performing our analysis in the library and also observing our case manager. They come out every year, I'm sorry.
So they evaluate the laboratory itself, correct?
Yes,
Do they also evaluate the personnel at the laboratory?
yes.
Who
They-
does that, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
They observe.
Okay, and you said us, who do they observe specifically?
We have scientists and we have laboratory technicians as well as receiving technicians.
Each of those different fields have to be maintained and accredited as well as the facility?
No, we're not individually accredited.
Okay, so the whole unit is accredited, but all of those different evaluations get conducted across the agency?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that include yourself?
Yeah.
How often do you personally get reviewed by that body?
Personally, I've been actually observed, I think twice in my 14 years there. They don't observe everybody.
Okay, so it's a spot check essentially?
Correct.
So do you know if it's coming?
I'm not sure of the schedule at the moment.
Okay, so my question, I guess, to you is, other than them, who else verifies your work? Meaning peer review.
If it's anything like the nursing home reviews, you don't know. They try to surprise you, but each nursing home, as they get state reviewed, through the grapevine, the next nursing home knows. Like, you know when they're coming around about, like, they give you, like, your fellow organization will say, hey, state is here, you better start cleaning up. not that not that it was a mess or anything, but like, just to give you a heads up, I imagine that labs are the same way. Like, when state comes to inspect, they're probably calling the next lab and being like, state's here, y'all, just a heads up. I imagine it's the same kind of thing. And then when state gets there, they pick certain people to watch. I have had state follow me around when I was giving out medications to make sure that I washed my hands and then I handled the medication appropriately. I imagine it's the same kind of thing with a crime lab, that they pick certain people to watch and make sure that they're following all the rules and doing everything like they should. So I imagine it's the same.
Can you explain what that is to the jury, peer review?
Peer review is the process by which another trained, qualified scientist observes your work before it goes out the door.
Does that happen how often?
100%.
So every single case that you work, somebody else reviews it before it gets passed along?
In the toxicology section, yes.
Okay. Have you ever testified before in court in the field of forensic toxicology?
I have.
How many times?
Approximately 25.
Okay. And in those times, where did you do that? What counties?
Some examples: Fulton, DeKalb, Gwinnett, Richmond, Chatham, Fayette.
Welcome to Liberty.
Add that to the list.
Okay. And in those times you were brought to those locations, were you qualified as an expert?
Yes.
Have you ever been denied expert status?
No.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask that this witness be deemed an expert in the field of forensic toxicology.
No objection. Well, I think she is qualified and can give her opinions in the field of forensic toxicology. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you asked to analyze any biological samples in connection with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Before I show you any paperwork, can you tell the jury, how does a sample come into the lab?
A sample can be received at the laboratory via mail, hand-to-hand delivery, or via a lockbox, which operates like a two-way locker. One side of the locker is available to the evidence receiving technicians in our evidence receiving department, and the other door is available to the submitting agency, so either our medical examiners or any other agency. Once a submitting agency puts their evidence in that locker, it's locked and can't be opened again from the outside, and so it has to be retrieved from interior with the evidence receiving technicians.
Is that the case with every single submission?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's no way that anybody could interfere potentially with those samples?
Correct.
Now, ultimately, when those samples are received by the evidence technician, do they get documented with a title or a case number?
Yes, they get a unique case number, and each piece of evidence gets a unique barcode and number associated with it as well.
Okay. And is that unique to every single item on each case that gets submitted?
Yes.
And would there be an overarching case number associated with a case being handled by the lab?
Yes.
How does that lab numbering system work, meaning internally?
It is maintained within our LIMS, our Laboratory Information Management System.
Okay. And when a case number is assigned to a case, if, for example, more than one piece of evidence came in at different times, would they be then attached to the same case file?
Correct.
And they would then bear the same number?
Right.
Okay, so you would know if potentially more items had been submitted and either needed your attention or some other division of the laboratory.
Right.
How many divisions are there in the laboratory? Sections, I guess is the right way to put it.
I am not sure. We have biology, we have trace, we have our firearms division, we have our medical examiner's office. I believe that's it.
And toxicology?
Toxicology. Oh, and chemistry.
And chemistry, okay. So would it be fair to say that your area and field is limited only to toxicology?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't touch any DNA?
No.
Now, do you know where the samples in this case that you analyzed came from?
They came from the medical examiner after he performed the autopsy.
Okay. So the medical examiner, how would he submit them to you?
Via the lockbox, that's how he submitted it.
So even though he works for the GBI Crime Laboratory, he still submits a piece of evidence in the same fashion as every other agency?
Correct. Even though the medical examiner's office is under the umbrella of the crime lab, they still submit evidence the same way any other agency would.
Okay. And in this case, did you receive a sample from him that you reviewed?
Yes.
What kind of a sample was it?
I received a liver specimen.
Okay, can you tell us what that means?
During the autopsy, the medical examiner took a piece of the liver and he decided that that was what he wanted analyzed. I believe that he also took gastric contents, I believe spleen blood, kidney, and muscle, but he submitted the liver to the HQ laboratory for analysis.
And did you perform an analysis on that substance?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what the protocol or standard operating procedure you follow when you receive a sample? How does that work when you get it?
The actual processing of the liver or?
No. When you receive an item to analyze, how do you get it to go do your review?
We have a management that assigns various cases to us.
So you didn't select this case, it was assigned to you?
Correct.
And when that came, how did you get the sample to review and analyze? Where do you go to get that?
We store our evidence in a locked cold room, so I retrieved it from there.
And in doing so, can you tell the jury what you had to do to process that sample?
Yes, per our policy on handling liver specimens, we perform a 1 to 10 dilution. So we cut a small piece of the liver and we dilute it with water and we blend it up to homogenize it or make it uniform. And this allows us to be able to process it during our extractions or lab procedures.
Can you explain the difference between a physical liver sample versus a fluid like blood? How would you do it with blood?
With blood, you don't have to do any kind of processing with it. We can just sample it the way it is.
Okay. So are there limitations with liver samples?
Yes, the preferred specimen for toxicology analysis is going to be blood because that's what's actively circulating in the system at the time of death, and that's what's going to be affecting your brain.
If there had been amputation or dismemberment, could that impact the integrity of a blood sample?
It could.
Can you tell the jury what putrid means as it relates to toxicology?
Putrid indicates that a body has undergone some decomposition.
And as a result, how would a putrid sample affect your ability to forensically examine a sample?
I don't perform alcohol analysis myself, but it would affect the alcohol result.
So in terms of alcohol, how would decomposition impact alcohol?
The process of decomposition actually creates alcohol in your body. So that's going to skew the possible results.
So is it possible to tell whether that was in theory then, for layman's term, drinking alcohol versus decomposing alcohol?
Correct, you can't tell.
So you would just know there was some alcohol, you just wouldn't know where it came from?
Yes.
So with respect to this, you then tested the liver sample, correct?
Yes.
And in testing the liver sample, can you explain if the body cavity was exposed, meaning there was an opening in the neck, could that have in some way impacted the toxicology results?
Could you rephrase?
Sure. If the head had been removed and there was an opening to the body cavity.
The integrity of some samples might be, some samples might not be of integral value. I know that the medical examiner did take some chest fluid, but he deemed that not suitable for analysis due to the fact that the body cavity was open. And that's one reason why he submitted the liver.
So if you had blood, would you have used blood?
Yes, that's what was submitted.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jury the specific methods of analytical review that you used? I know we talked about GCMS and some of the other equipment. What are those processes?
To start with, the specimen was for MS, which is high resolution chromatography spectrometry. And what that's going to do is going to separate the components of the mixture, and then it's going to help us identify them via the mass spec. The other instrumental techniques that I use are LCMS-MS and GCMS, which work similar. The GCMS is gas chromatography mass spectrometry. So once again, they're going to separate the components of a mixture and then help us to identify them.
That sounded very complicated. Is that where you get the specialized training?
Yes, we do have training in that.
And you're trained on how to use that equipment?
Yes.
Okay. So when you do that initial analysis, are you able at that point to determine what, if any, components may be in the specimen?
Yes, our screen looks for about 150 drugs, and whatever is found there will go forward for confirmation testing to determine if it is present above our limit of report.
Okay. Can you test out there?
No, we don't test for everything out there.
Why not?
Some things aren't necessarily applicable to our casework, and other things we just don't even know are out there yet. So we're constantly improving our methodologies and adding new drugs to our libraries.
So you use the phrase library. Would it be fair to say that in order to know whether you would have to compare it to something?
Correct.
So if you ran the specimen and you didn't have a comparison for a particular type of drug, you wouldn't know if it's there?
Right.
Okay. When you performed this, did you recover or see any particular substances that were present during the analysis?
Yes, able to detect and confirm.
Okay. Can you spell diphenhydramine?
DIPHEHIDRAMIN.
Diphenhydramine is
Sorry.
Benadryl.
Put you on the spot. I was a child reporter. What is that commonly known as?
Diphenhydramine is commonly known as Benadryl.
Okay, so diphenhydramine is the fancy chemical name for it, but Benadryl is what we're talking about?
That's a brand name for it, yes.
Okay, can you tell us what the effects of Benadryl in your system be?
Diphenhydramine is a antihistamine. That's the classification. What it's doing is it's acting on the histamine receptors in your body to prevent allergic reactions from occurring. One of the possible side effects of that, however, is drowsiness. And as such, it has also become a common sleep aid.
Can diphenhydramine be distributed over the counter or with a prescription?
It's over the counter.
At over-the-counter form, is it sometimes sold as a sleep aid and sometimes also sold as a allergy
Yes.
antihistamine?
Yes, ma'am.
What are common names that some of the jurors might know those to be?
For a sleep aid, you might see it in ZQuil or Unisom, or sometimes it's in combination with Tylenol to be like a pain reliever and sleep aid combo.
Now, when it's in a pain reliever combo, would you also see then potentially the acetaminophen, which would have been the pain reliever component?
Yes.
Did you see any of that in this case?
No, ma'am.
So the only item that you saw in the liver sample, the diphenhydramine, the Benadryl.
Yes.
And are you able to determine what's called a concentration?
Yes.
What does a concentration mean?
A concentration is an amount of substance that is present in the specimen.
Okay, so it's like how much is there compared to the rest of the sample?
Yes,
And in this case, did you determine a concentration?
I did.
Does the amount of the substance found impact the effect potentially on a person?
Yes,
So a higher concentration may have a more profound effect or less?
correct. A higher concentration would have a more profound.
Okay. And what was the concentration in this case, if you know off the top of your head?
May I reference my report?
If not, I can just, I'll introduce it first. I'll make that easier. I'll withdraw. I'm going to show you 1.26 that I had marked. Do you recognize 1.26?
Yes, this is a copy of my report.
Okay. Do you recognize that to be your actual report?
Yes.
At this time, I'd like to tender 1.26.
Any objection? No objection. All right, it's submitted.
Unfortunately, Benadryl can be explained away very easily. You know, he didn't give her ketamine, he didn't give her scopolamine, he didn't give her ketamine. He didn't give her any of those drugs that are harder to explain. Anybody can take Benadryl, and it is over the counter.
Before I get ahead of myself, do you make reports in connection with the work that you do at the crime laboratory?
Yes, ma'am.
Why do you do that?
It's going to be an official document of our results.
Do these get reviewed for accreditation?
Yes, it review our casework.
And do you also potentially use it to testify in court?
Yes.
How many samples do you think you've done in the last year?
Samples,
Yeah, how many cases do you think you've worked?
maybe 200?
Be fair to say that this might help your recollection as well?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm now going to ask to publish this, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. That number that you were referring to, would that be marked up here in the top right corner of this official report?
Yes.
And would it also indicate at the end your signature here?
Yes.
And the result information that you secured in connection with this, that would be listed, is that correct?
Correct.
Is there in fact a concentration that you found of the diphenhydramine?
There is
Okay, and what was that?
2.9 milligrams per kilogram.
Can you tell us what that means?
It's difficult to say with a liver specimen. It's very limited in what you can say. Once again, a blood being our preferred source, since that's going to be what's actively circulating and going to be affecting your brain. Oftentimes in the field of toxicology, we have ranges that we refer to. So we have therapeutic, toxic, and lethal. Therapeutic would be what you would expect to see in the blood if someone is taking a drug as prescribed. Toxic is getting into more adverse effects, perhaps loss of consciousness, disorientation, things of that nature. Lethal is going to be what's consistent with an overdose or death. We have those levels for blood. We don't have those for liver specimens. In a research or clinical setting, you can administer a drug to somebody, draw blood, and draw correlations between doses and blood concentrations. With the liver, you can't do that. You can't give drugs to somebody and then just take a piece of the liver to analyze to make a correlation between. So it's difficult to say what this value is going to mean. What I can tell you is that in a study of 11 deaths that were attributed to diphenhydramine, the average liver concentration was 34 milligrams per kilogram. And this is nowhere near that. So you wouldn't expect this to be a lethal level.
Right, so can you also tell us what happens when a body is dead and it's potentially laid out? I believe you explained to me something about how there's redistribution. Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, after death and blood is no longer circulating and the body just settles, drug concentrations can redistribute throughout the blood and tissues. So that could be affecting this level as well.
Now, given that this case involves a deceased and a dismemberment where the blood was not available, is that the best that you were able to do given what you had?
Yes, the medical examiner submitted what he had to get whatever kind of results to come up with his conclusion of cause of death.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, counsel.
Good morning, Ms. Gresham.
Good morning.
I'm Doug Weinstein, and I represent Mr. Kassotis in this case. Let me ask you some questions, because maybe I misheard. The state keeps saying the only thing available was the liver. Didn't you testify that the medical examiner drew spleen blood?
Yes, there were some other things that he had from the body. If it wasn't spleen blood, it might have been the actual spleen. I could have been misquoting.
But you had said spleen blood, correct? Earlier.
I did it earlier, yes.
What else did he draw from the body other than, that could have possibly been analyzed by you, other than the liver that was provided to you?
Well, there was the chest fluid, which he deemed unsuitable due to the fact that the chest cavity was open. There was kidney, there was gastric contents, there was muscle, there was brain, and there might have been other things, but I did know those in the case file when I was printing out my materials.
Okay, but you did not receive spleen blood from the medical examiner, correct?
No, those were never sent up to headquarters.
And I understand from your testimony, this figure you have of 2.9 milligrams per kilogram, because you don't have studies, as you said, that can administer and check blood, that the figure you get, 2.9 milligrams per kilogram for the liver, that really can't tell you much about the level
Why is
of
it so
toxicity,
glitchy
correct?
today?
Correct. I don't know what was actually circulating in blood at the time of death.
So this number is essentially meaningless for us trying to determine the effect of the diphenhydramine on Mrs. Kassotis, correct?
Objection to the word meaningless, Your Honor.
Let's try again. I'll withdraw it.
It's
Can you
cross.
tell
Who can lead?
anything from that 2.9 milligrams per kilogram about the level of toxicity?
I can just say that diphenhydramine was consumed at some point.
This is
But you don't
driving
know
me
the level of
crazy, y'all.
toxicity of that, correct?
This doesn't represent a lethal level based on literature.
Why is it so
Or does it
glitchy
represent a
today?
toxic level?
It's nowhere near the 34 milligrams per kilogram, so I wouldn't think it would be toxic either.
If you would have had spleen blood and you would have analyzed spleen blood, could you have made a more definitive analysis of the effect of the diphenhydramine on Mrs. Kassotis?
Objection calls for speculation.
She's an expert.
She is an expert.
Yeah,
All
Once again, I'm not sure if it was spleen blood or actually spleen that was taken from the decedent, but that wouldn't have very much value either. It's not what's actively relating in the body, in the blood at the time of death.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. You're excused. Thanks for being here.
I would think liver tissue would be better than spleen blood. That to me would seem right. But I don't know, I'm not a toxicologist. I know liver temp can tell you time of death, but at this point, the way her body was so decomposed, it wouldn't. But yeah, because the liver and kidneys are the two organs in your body that break down toxic substances. And it depends on the substance which organ is the one to break it down. So I would think that your spleen is more of like an infection type of a thing. It gets infection out of your body. Whereas kidneys and liver are like to get toxins out of your body. So I would think that the liver would be a better source to figure out whatever she was dosed with. So I don't think the spleen blood would have been any better. But at that point, I think one would have been just as good as another because she was so decomposed and no actual blood. Spleen blood, but like no circulating or blood that had been circulating because of the dismemberment. I think they did a good job getting what they got at this point. The little glitches are driving me crazy, and I don't know if it's my computer or if it's court TV, but I'm about to have a fit. The little pauses in the middle of the sentence every 30 seconds. It's driving me crazy. I'm sorry, y'all. I am so sorry. I have nothing else open. I don't know why it's doing it. It's driving me crazy.
Your Honor, may we approach from...
Is it lunchtime? Maybe we're going to lunch. I messed up my Legolas head and I already glued his hair on. So now I gotta figure out how to get the head off the hair, or I gotta do all this hair all over again. I'm bummed, man. This hair was so hard. I was so proud of myself. Dang it. Oh, and I don't think I got enough hot glue sticks to glue it back on. Dang it, Debbie. Okay, we're on lunch break. Well, I try to fix my huge mistake. Okay, I will see you guys back at 1:30. Have a wonderful lunch. Have a fantastic lunch while I try to salvage what was such an excellent crochet job on Legolas's beautiful hair. Dang it. All right. I will see you guys at 1:30. If you're not going to join me, my name is Debbie. We are doing the dismembered wife murder trial. Thank you for joining me. If you're coming back, I will see you at 1:30. We will be back at 8 o'clock in the morning for Phil Spector. We're almost done with the Phil Spector trial. And then we will be back for this at 9 o'clock in the morning. We will be back for the afternoon at 1:30. Remember, be kind to people. Love your family. Jesus loved you, and so do I. Bye, guys. See you later.